Good morning, everyone, and I always love that lead-in that they have for me here. It makes me feel great to have that rockin' music to welcome everyone to our 8th annual SALT Summit. My name is Chris Nowitzki, the Lake George Waterkeeper program of the Lake George Association, and this is our third event that we are actually hosting that's hybrid, so there are people virtually in 8 states and in Canada. And we are excited to be able to continue to offer this to you with the support of our partners and our sponsors. We have a very strong agenda today, highlighting the successes that we have here at Lake George with our Lake George model and reduction and how it's spreading through the Adirondacks and elsewhere. We'll talk about the Adirondack Road Salt Task Force with representatives of the commissioners from the co-chairs, DOT and DEC. We'll have a great presentation on the effects of road salt on groundwater, as well as discussion on outreach, as well as presentations by and demonstrations by our sponsors. And I'd like to recognize all our sponsors, and we can wait to the end, but give them all a big round of applause. Our leading edge sponsor, Innovative Surface Solutions. We have our fleet sponsors, De-icing Depot, Metal Plus, Winter Equipment, Granite De-icing, as well as the Fort William Henry Conference Center, who's hosting us. And our supporting sponsors, ADK Action, Northern Supply, Adirondack Council, Lake Champlain Sea Grant, and Henderson. So if we could give them all a nice round of applause. Without their support, we'd have to be asking you for money, and we're not doing that, so that's great on them. I'd also like to thank the Board of Directors of the Lake George Association, and I'd like to recognize my good friend Bill Creighton, who's from the Board of Directors and here. I'd like to thank him for their support and the recognition of this issue, as well as their investment in allowing us to work with the municipalities and perform the science that we do. A couple housekeeping items. There's your pass. You do have the permission to go to the bathroom. Bathrooms are back as you go out the doors to the right. There will be some breaks throughout the day. The first one at 10 o'clock, our lunch break, and then in the afternoon. Lunch will be at 12 o'clock. It will be a bag lunch, and you will come in and then listen to the presentations by our sponsors. And as our production crew said, please silence your cell phones to be courteous to our presenters. For the virtual attendees, I'd like to remind you that there is a chat box, so please forward your questions to us at the conference center, and we'll be sure to be mindful of them. For those of you in the audience with questions, we will have people with handheld microphones, but please make sure you wait to get the microphone before you ask your question. That way the people online can hear that as well. And for everybody, please fill out the evaluations that we have. They really helped us on planning. For example, we took your comments from last year. We actually started this event a little later to allow people to travel to get here. We actually have a concurrent session this afternoon, so operators can go out for a calibration training. We'll have a discussion inside on outreach. And we actually allowed for more vendor and sponsor time. So we tried to listen to your input, so please take the time to fill that out. To start today's event, I would like to invite Eric Sy to the podium. I've had the pleasure and privilege of working with Eric for the past 12 years, and it was through his vision and leadership that the SALT Summit was created. His development and implementation of the model using partnership, innovation, and most importantly, investment has been the cornerstone of the Lake George model for road salt reduction, which now has been recognized nationwide. Please welcome Eric Sy.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you all. Welcome. This is our 8th annual SALT Summit. Time really flies, and it is fun, right? This is fun because we're doing good by doing right, so, or something like that. Anyway, we're thrilled to have over 200 people in the room and online. As Chris mentioned, 8 states are represented. Our good friends and neighbors to the north, Canada, is with us. So this truly has become a destination event, and what could be better than that? This is the place to be if you want to know how to reduce the use of road salt. We're not landing anybody on Mars, right? We're simply doing what? We're using salt smarter, and we're doing it as partners. And that's the key to this. Chris mentioned partnership, innovation, and investment. All have been applied in what we're doing to reduce the use and making Lake George what is considered to be the North American model for road salt reduction. We have the numbers don't lie. You can look online at what we're doing, the reductions we're realizing. But I see a lot of our partners in the room. I see municipal leaders, town supervisors, highway superintendents, our operators who have become our chief champions for reducing the use of road salt. And I thank all of you. Without you, without our committed partners, we wouldn't be here today to declare we're a model and to share our story, to share our results, and hopefully to spread the wealth so that others follow our lead in doing what we do. We're reducing salt use, and you'll hear this, you've read about it, by as much as 50% and more. And at the same time, we are slashing winter maintenance budgets by equal amounts, almost that much. It's extraordinary. So those major cost savings help to do what? They help to drive interest and commitment, because everybody's always struggling, and I don't need to tell supervisors and other officials, with their budgets year over year. So if there are ways to cut costs without reducing something as precious and paramount as road safety, good grief. You know, why wouldn't we be doing that? So it's the ultimate win-win-win. And I just want to thank you again for being here to make this such a special event, and to thank all our sponsors. Chris did that. And so let's get on with the show. It is my distinct pleasure now to introduce Lake George Village, Ray Perry. I see Ray out there. You know, Mayor Perry follows in the footsteps of our dear friend, Mayor Bob Blais, for those who don't know, the nation's longest serving mayor who just stepped down. And Ray has big shoes to fill, and he knows that, so I don't need to tell him. But Mayor Blais was a tireless leader, from reducing the use of road salt, helping show the way, to stopping aquatic invasive species, another signature program that we've launched and continue to co-underwrite with our state partners, the Lake George Park Commission, here at Lake George. So Mayor Perry now carries this proud legacy forward for the next generation. And without further ado, Mayor. Press the button, but there you go.
What does that do?
It's going to move. There you are.
Okay. Thank you. Hi, I'd like to welcome you all to the SALT Summit, the 8th annual. Welcome to our viewers remotely and everyone here. Thank you for coming, and thank you for all you do. Eric touched on it. At the end of the day, it's a cost savings, and you're doing good. So there is no loser in this situation. We've reduced our salt applications by over 50% in the village, by first starting with treated salt and then going to brine. Our roads are just as safe, and I believe our partnership with the town and their brining production, where they provide us with the brine, we've developed application. Took a little doing, but we got there. Our roads are just as safe, and I believe we're a model for the country and for North America. I'd like to also thank you for coming every year, over and over, more people each year, and welcome to Lake George. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. It takes a little while to get used to that with a new person into helm, but he's going to be doing great things for the village. Our first presenter of the day will be Phil Sexton. And to start off, the talk about the successes that we've had here in Lake George as well as moving on. Phil is analogous with our model for road salt reduction. He has literally written a book on training and best practices for winter management. He's received a master's degree in sustainability and environmental management from Harvard University. I often playfully call him professor, but that is one of his many hats that he wears, along with being a farmer, business leader, author, and advisor. But most of all, he's a great friend for Lake George. Phil?
Thanks, buddy. I forgot I do some of those things, actually. But I'd like to, so really the spotlight really needs to be more on where the success is. So I think we're simply enablers of it. Could I ask Deb and Mike if you could join me? And we've got some cool stuff to share with you today. While they're coming up, I just wanted to mention, so Eric, you sort of inspired a few thoughts on my mind, as you always do. And one is, I realized, so one of the important partners that I've worked with for many years on this, a guy named Rakib Omer, he can't be here. He's the founder of a company called Viasis, which has really been some of the technology behind the scenes on this, particularly the measuring of the data that Eric's talking about. So, you can say what you want about cutting things in half or whatever else, but you really have to first measure that. And that's really the first thing that we do is we think about measures. So when you hear about SWIM or Sustainable Winter Management, SWIM is a set of standards of both policy that enable practice. And so we always start with that first step measure. So it's that the old adage, that which is measured can be improved, right? And so I think we're the model for that here, right? And I'm thinking way back to when I first got introduced to Eric, and I sat in on one of the first SAVE meetings, and we're talking about 10 years ago now, right? So, part of the model here, when you sort of set aside technology and equipment and all those other things, everybody likes to talk about blades, and we used to call them the black boxes, which is the salt tracking technology, but I think one of the most important pieces here is we've over the years really started to expose the fact that this is about culture, right? And I think what when I first started here it was the fun, but the LGA, what it's really helped to enable is collaboration of all these different cultures. And I think what's really cool now is a good buddy of mine that as a landscaper, I worked in the field for years. So Anthony, I always give him kudos. He's out there with De-icing Depot, but he and I used to dig for trees together years ago. So it's a small industry world. But my point is, he said, hey man, every year I come here, it seems like this thing's getting bigger. And what's interesting to me is, to sort of say to hi everybody online as well, like, this is really one of the first venues of its kind that then did this hybrid model as well. So, you pivoted during COVID, and that sort of inspired that. And so, although the audience is getting bigger, and you see the vendor support's gotten bigger, but there's also all these other people out there that we don't even see right now. So I just want to recognize that. And then when you take it a step further, this is really scaled to not just in Lake George, but the park. So you're here with ADK Action, but you've actually inspired that movement, if you will, throughout the entire park. And then, from my perspective, we're working on this all over North America. But a lot of that points back to, so we see this thing going on at Lake George, tell us more, right? So I just wanted to thank Eric and the LGA and the board. Chris, you've been a tremendous partner with me over the years. We've kind of, rolled our sleeves up together on this. And so there's been a lot behind the scenes to make this happen. And it's not just us, and it's not just technology, and it's not just organizations, it's everyone. So thank you. So with that, I want to introduce you to a couple special people. You heard from Mike last year, and he's really taken off with this thing. And then Deb, so that's in the town of Peru, and then Deb with Washington County. I do want to call out Jim. I hope you're watching. So Jimmy Hogan, who's really, I think you would say, Deb, right? He's really led the charge for you at Washington County.
Yeah, he's very passionate about it.
Super passionate, and that's what it takes, right?
Yep.
We say whatever it takes, but that's what it takes. And so Jimmy, unfortunately, like 8:30 last night, texted me and said, "Hey man, I got COVID." So it's like, oh man. So anyway, so Deb really did not want to take the spotlight on this, as you normally don't, but I think you've got a great story to tell. So one of the things I just want to say, we've got about, 20-ish minutes left here? It's on your timer. Oh, we have a timer. We have 25 minutes. So would like to make this a bit interactive too, right? So this doesn't need to just be talking heads. So we're going to start kind of giving you the story. You see some of the ideas here, but then I'll try to help facilitate some questions, and then we got a special little something going on at the end here. So Deb, you want to take it away?
Well, Phil touched on the fact that it's a team effort, and that's how it all started for us. It is really important that you have the support system of, and I'll probably forget people, but like the Lake George Park Commission, and we're out here, the Adirondack Action, and it's just everybody coming together, and without that, it's harder to do, as I'm sure Mike would agree to. So we thank Phil and everybody for helping us get along with this, but we wanted to protect our lake and our, what park? The Adirondack Park is part of, Washington County is in the Adirondack Park. And then we also wanted to try to save money in our budget. So, that was important. Years ago, and I wasn't here for it, but we had tried something and it didn't quite work. And I think that there's many reasons why it didn't work, but as I spoke about earlier, with the support system of, I can go to Peru and I can talk to them about what their lessons learned are. I can talk to Phil about, what should I do here? And, we come here and we talk to each other and mingle, and we learn all these little things that help make the project more successful. So that was kind of a big part of how we got over our fear of failure, And at some point in the past, we switched from sand to salt only. That was a learning curve for the department, as I'm sure it will be for other people, but I think you're going to talk about how well that worked for you, Mike. Tools, technology, and techniques. So along the way, you find things that work that you never thought. You try this, it works. You try that, it didn't work. One of the things that we found is when we were doing our top coat of blacktop when we pave in the summertime, we switched from 12.6 to 9.5, and the guys came back from the plow routes and they were like, wow, that cleans up so much quicker. So you'll find little things along the way that help out with progressing your program.
And what I learned from Jimmy was that we kind of stumbled upon that, though, right? Like
Yes.
It was a different mix that actually showed up.
Yeah, I
Is
think that
right?
one day they didn't have that mix, or something happened and we're like, okay, we'll use this, and now that's what we use all the time on our top is the 6.5. So that's made a huge difference. Now we're switching over to warm mix eventually, so we'll see, that might even be better. Who knows?
Right.
So, the learning lessons on tracking and plows, and Brian, there's so much into this. You just have to be patient. You have to, there's keeping track and the program, and we made it so before you used to have to go around and put zip drive into all of the trucks to see what they collected for data. And now we have it all hooked up so that it's Wi-Fi. So as soon as they pull in to the barn, it reads it for you. So that's helped us, you know, time-wise to get to our data. And the plows, we've tried different edges on our blades. We've found a couple that we really like. We want to try some more. One of the barns wants to put different blades on all of their plows just to see. So it's worth it to try all these different ideas. Helping towns. Oh, Brian and helping towns. So what we have found is in our county there's 17 towns, and most all of them have been really getting involved in this. You know, they're interested in it. I know at least one of them's here today, Whitehall, and we used to partner with Warren County on making brine because they had a brine maker and we didn't. We kind of made a little homemade one, but that's how passionate Jimmy was about doing it. We actually made one because we couldn't get the funds to buy one. So we got the Lake Champlain Basin program. Yeah, so that's another one of the people that has supported us. And we were able to buy a brine maker. So we were also able to facilitate helping the towns. So now there's a number of towns, at least 5 of them in our county, who actually get brine now. So we make it and deliver it to them, and we're helping them get into it, and we're all learning that together.
Have you, just out of curiosity, so we talk about sort of progress with the resistance too. So when I was speaking with Jimmy about all this, it's, you know, there's been sort of resistance along the way, and then you kind of work through each one through those fear of failure, kind of overcome those. Is there still resistance at that level? And I'm calling it out because I think just to give kudos here is your county model, sort of co-oping with the towns and really helping support them is a bit unique, actually. So I think it's something that we can probably all learn from as well, as far as how we can co-opt the effort anyway.
Yeah, their challenges are a little bit different because they can't, they have a lot of dirt roads, you know. So we can't speak to that because we don't have any dirt roads. But I forgot what I was going to say. So.
Oh, that's cool. So can you talk to us a little bit about just where you are with application, with rates, and then, you know, Jimmy's really become quite passionate about how do we keep drilling down on the savings. So that's something that he's definitely been chasing after.
Yeah, so we started out with pre-treating the roads. There's 2 pictures on the bottom up there, yeah. And this was one of the first years that we took these pictures. So it's up on Pilot Knob, which is along the east side of Lake George.
This one, yeah.
And I want to point out, I got to get this right, I want to point out that the picture on your right that shows more Bear Road, that was taken after the picture on the left. Mm-hmm. So the picture on the left was taken, you know, before that one. So he took this picture, and that was an untreated road. And then he went up the road, how many miles? Like 5 miles or something, and took the other one. And you could just see it working. And that's part of it, is when you take these pictures and when you do these experiments. The town of Putnam did the same thing in a parking lot. They treated part of a parking lot and not the other part of the parking lot, and took pictures. And when you see the pictures and you see it working and you see the dollars that you've saved in your budget, it just makes it all come together.
So, and to be clear, it's the picture is really an anti-icing application. So, you know, sort of before or, you know, upon accumulation, and then it's all done with direct liquid application of brine, and you're using just traditional sodium chloride brine that you're making yourselves now. So you have your own brine maker, and yeah, it's you know, from what we've seen and just hearing from the stories, I'll say too, like your team, I remember last year I walked in thinking I was going to meet with maybe a half a dozen guys just that had questions, and I walked in there. I think there was 26 people in the shop, right? And so, the more of these pictures they seem to see, the more the passion seems to grow, is what we're observing. Yep.
We're all a great big team, and it seems to be working better when we're all working together.
So Jimmy and I, as late as yesterday, we did some math. And we actually looked back, I think it was 2018, 19 was the first season we looked back on. But you can never necessarily compare season to season and think that you're seeing reduction just from that, right?
Right.
But then when you correlate it with application rates and how much those have decreased, and when you look at frequency and how much that's decreased. So in a lot of cases, we hear a general term. This question comes up a lot, but you know, when you're lowering your application rate, I always use the toilet scenario, but like when they change the toilets to be half the amount of water flushing, but if you flush twice, it doesn't save anything, right? So same thing here, you have to make sure that we're not doubling frequency. And in a lot of cases, what we're seeing, and you can just talk to drivers about this, is like, so what do you see as the difference? Think about it. Well, we actually saved a lap. What do you mean by that? So it's like usually we go out 3 times during a storm like this, but I came back, I only went out twice. We kind of changed our timing of it, and there's more material in the back of the truck than I used to have, right? So that says a lot right there. And that's another form of measuring, but it's really from the eyes of the operator saying like, this does seem different, right? So
Right, that's like literally, that's the biggest part of our success, is when the guys see it on the road and they get behind the program, and our guys have done a great job with that.
So when you just take your numbers, so we went very conservative on this. We actually came up with annual savings conservatively. We thought of 450, but I said, well, you know what? Let me under promise here for a minute. But it's 300 grand all day long, sort of shooting fish in the barrel, right? So it's likely more than that, but we admitted we've not necessarily sat down and done enough of the financials on this yet, so we've concentrated more so on application rate. But when you just look at year over year, you've been trending to the point now where you're close to about 40% reduction, right?
Right.
Yeah, so congrats. This is a great story. Anything else you think we should know, Deb?
There's so much. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yes. It's been quite an adventure, and it's continuing adventure, so.
How about questions for Deb?
There was one from online.
Yeah.
Could you explain why lowering the asphalt density helped?
So the size, we think that it's because the size of the grains is smaller. So it just seems to be because of that. Because when you get into the bigger mixes, the size of the components, so to speak, without getting all into blacktop stuff, is bigger. And we think that that is the reason why. That's what we think. We haven't done any study on it or anything like that. It's just something that we've observed, or that the guys have observed.
And there's guys and gals that know blacktop, so you can get into it, Deb, if you want.
I mean, generally, from a contractor view, when we deal with permeable asphalt, and I'll just preface this with, I'm a fan of it for a lot of reasons. It's a nightmare when it comes to winter maintenance, though, because the porosity, right? So when you're, the denser, if you will, the nooks and crannies, right? The less the porosity, and so you're not losing, particularly with brine, you're not losing some of that to it's getting past the surface, right?
Down.
Say that again, Aaron?
Less surface area for the ice to adhere to.
Less surface area
Floors are not as big.
for the ice to adhere to. Yep,
It's
amen.
like, in our world, the sealed parking lots are the best. You barely have to salt them at all.
So, Aaron, you're saying sealed parking lots, you barely have to salt them at all?
A live edge.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So if you're in the Burlington market, hire Aaron. Just saying. Okay. little plug there. There you go. Thanks for coming. What else should we know? What other questions? Okay. Mike, you ready?
I got you.
Okay, and again, I always introduce Mike this way, is he's the first guy in 10 years that not only did we not have resistance, but I felt I had to create some resistance so you didn't go too far out of the gate too fast, right? So, but you did a great job in your first year, pretty amazing results. So you want to share?
Yeah, like Phil and Tim and Matt from Town of Hague, Rob, Lake George, I want to thank them because we had the initial meeting with the board, explaining what I wanted to do for our town, not only for the town of Peru, but also to bring in other towns, counties, hopefully for the North Country from where we're up in. They wanted me to do 1 or 2 runs. I've never done anything slow. So I looked at it, we do 7 plow runs. I looked at it as 7 experiments all in one time. Come back, talk about it. I'll be honest with you, I didn't expect what I got. You walk in a break room and they're talking how low their numbers got. It continued to get lower and lower. I guess I'm kind of known as a guy that sometimes never happy. I shouldn't say it that way, but satisfied, I guess is probably the right word, because there's always improvement. The industry is changing. And how we got there, again, it was Town of Hague, Town of Lake George, relying on them, and that's what helped. We got controllers on all 7 trucks right out of the gate. We got a salt brine mixer. We installed it in our garage in a heated building, so come winter, 2 guys are in there in a t-shirt with a loader, mixing brine, sending it out the storage tank. We bought a brine sprayer. It was a little late getting into it. We got 10,000 gallons of storage as of last winter. Since we bought another 10, and my goal is hopefully in 24 to go to a 30,000 gallon brine. We pre-treat every road going into the schools and all the 55-mile-an-hour roads. So what we found, pre-treating the roads with the introduction of the live edge blades, every run, every time out, when they scrape and come back, that lane is bare to the blacktop. Nothing adhering, so it works. It is costly to get set up. Like I said, with my board, they were willing to do this. Like again, it's not just for us, it's for down in Peru. And what I can tell you, come spring, no sand pickup, no nothing, just straight to road work, putting culverts in, ditching, and we saved, and I'm gonna be conservative, 80 grand, just by not buying sand, hauling it, mixing it, all that stuff, putting it up. We got a 140 foot by 72 foot salt shed, which is gonna be a glorified equipment shed when we're all said and done come this year. We're gonna have salt in there.
Reuse.
Our numbers aren't where we wanna be, we're still learning. We got some older trucks that, a gentleman from Phil's group's gonna come up and help us get those numbers down. We're having struggling on some of the older setups. As we replace the trucks, we're going with the new technology. But I've never been afraid to switch in something that works and try something new. But I couldn't do this alone. The gentleman over there in the table I'm with there, they took this thing and ran with it. And when we got all said and done in the spring, it's another thing I didn't expect is we got, I don't know how many postcards, emails, cookies dropped off, donuts, coffee, thank you. And they said, we don't know what the hell you're doing, but it's working. So it's doing what we want to do. We want to set an example. And on the brine system, my goal is down the road is to be like Washington County, a regional hub on the brine. My board fully embraces that, but as more towns hopefully buy into this from this area, so that's where we're at. We do have 6 remote cameras, which will save me a lot of hours, that we can post. It'll send them thing back to the phone or my computer, because where we are, as you get up towards the west, there's no cell service. So I got to drive up at, 2:30, quarter to 3 at the latest in the morning, and I got to, I'm 35 minutes before I can get back for cell service, even to call somebody out when I know I got to have help. So I'll be able to pull this up on my phone. Won't have to. I can do it from my house, the office, and I can start calling people in. We got 6 of them. We hope to expand that network as we get more money. But it's been a success in that sweeping I was talking about. That's saving us anywhere from a month to 6 weeks of work. And, as the weather gets nicer, you got the motorcycle people when you're going to sweep the road and all that. We don't have any of that. So it's been a success, way better than we thought. So, we're very happy with it. And I would tell anybody out there, don't be afraid to try it. It definitely works. It's good for the environment. It's good for everybody. It's good for the taxpayers. So it's a win-win situation as far as I'm concerned.
Amen. Thanks, Mike. You and your whole team have been a real inspiration. We met with just a small amount of, I wouldn't even call it resistance, but just apprehension at first. I think there's always questions. What does this mean for me? What does this mean for, overtime or my pay and things like that? And so those are the things that we should be aware of, is like, with cost savings, there could be unintended consequences either on your budget or in people's pay if we don't, address that up front as well. And so, and I think generally, what have we found financially when it comes to that?
Yeah.
Has there been a consequence, I guess, is the question.
No, it's been good, and we have a plan. If it does start to cutting in overtime, we're going to copy it down the Hague. If it starts hurting people's bottom lines, instead of me leaving in the morning, we'll bring an employee in. He'll get the overtime that way to make up for it. And you got to be mindful of that, especially around Christmas time, because that's when people would like the extra money and stuff. So we got a plan for that. It'll help me get a little more sleep. So, and I can spend more time planning projects for the summer. So,
do we have questions? Yeah.
Ahead, online question: does brine only work in higher elevation / colder weather? And a second part to the, okay, that's it.
I can tell you the brine will work anywhere. I've tried it. We last winter when we got into it, I do have added to make it to work at the cold temperatures, but it didn't get cold enough to do it and, to use the brine. But you got to be mindful too. If it's 30 below zero, don't do it. Just leave it off. Let your edges do, and then. But like I said, we did the whole. I had a sander in, but we had to pull the sander out, put the briner in, and we were short help, so I was doing that. I had the village run. I said, the hell with it. We put the brine tank in, and it never come back out. I used strictly brine there, and then pre-treated the 55. It will work. I'm comfortable now with the additives to be able to put in it to make it work. We were just talking about on the way down to maybe try a run up in the higher, colder temperatures, but I'm not quite ready to pull the trigger on that, but it's certainly in the back of our minds.
So where Mike did try direct liquid application only, right? No solids at all, was in the village, flat areas, and it was a little bit by default because he didn't want to keep switching out. He didn't have another truck, so he didn't want to keep switching out the sander. But it works. So like sometimes you stumble upon these things, which is important. I think just one last thing to answer that question, and I think we'll move on, is if you're using, to answer the question, if you're using solid rock salt now, you are using brine, because the solid rock salt has to convert to a brine for it to then lower the freeze point of water on the surface. So if you're apprehensive about it, just keep in mind we've always, as professionals, we've always been using brine. Just has to convert first.
One of the biggest things that's helped us is we have the flow chart, and the flow chart tells the temperature that you can apply, the humidity, the wind speed. I mean, there's like, I don't know, 12 or more things on that, and if you meet all that criteria, then you can pre-treat your roads.
Amen, yep. That's a great point. Kevin?
Mike, what additives are you using? in your brine?
Magic, I call it.
Magic minus zero, yeah.
Yeah, Zero. Come from Innovation Solutions. It's there, we haven't used it yet, it's sitting there, but if it calls for it, I will use it. And there's other brands out there, that's just what we went with.
Actually, Innovative's here today. If you have questions, they're really good at answering those. Cool. Any other questions?
Mike, when did you start this reduction program? And I just wanted to get an idea on your investment, and if you have an idea when that might show returns so you can tell your board.
Yeah, I actually started following this when late George started, but I had an older crew. I brought it up, and there was resistance, and I said that I could see it wasn't time to pull the trigger. As through retirements and people moving on these other jobs, my crew got young, other than one gentleman's just a little bit younger than me. And he was one I was worried about. But after 2 trips out with it, he could come in the office and he said, I don't know how, but it does work. So I followed it, and then when that switched, I pulled the trigger. I thought I got a whole new crew. They're either going to embrace it or they won't, and they embraced it way better than I thought. And she, this lady here, Deb talked about it. It's culture change. It is hard to get somebody to switch when you've been doing something for 20 years. It's definitely hard. But the transition made it easy for me. I had it easy, so that's kind of when. But we pulled the trigger 2 years ago.
Scott?
Mike, said you reduced your sand by 95%. Where are you still using sand? Where are you still using it? And why?
Well, so Scott's remarking, we didn't say 100% sand reduction, so we said 95%. So
Yeah.
where are we still using sand, or what
The only
reason would we?
time I'm using sand, actually, we're unloading our shed right now. There was 3,000 yards. We sold it. I'm going to keep 15 loads, probably somewhere around there. And the only time that sand will come out will be if it's freezing rain, something like that, or if I'm in between loads, if I happen to get low in salt. I normally buy my salt over 2 budgets. This is going to be the first year I bought it all in 1 year, so I don't anticipate that happening. But I don't plan on using any sand.
Good question. Yeah.
Mike or Phil or the woman, do you have a sense of how long it will take you to recoup your investment? Or if not, is there a general, and I know it's subjective by town, but 3 years?
3 seasons typically, yeah. I think you may have already recouped half.
Yeah, we
just in the
recruited
first
quite a
year.
bit. I did not cut my budget again. Talking down at Hague, working with the board. I had a good board. We're keeping the budget where it is. We're taking that savings and we're reinvesting in equipment because this industry has really took off. It's changing. So that was great advice from the town of Hague. So that's where we are. We're not cutting it. We're just going to reinvest it in other ways.
And that's critically important, because
Yeah.
we almost ran into that Hague years ago. Chris may remember, we had to have that conversation, like, whoa, time out. The savings aren't really the savings until you get it to sort of 100% following swim, and then, even then, I'm not sure I'd ever do that. So, to me, it's about cost control, right? We're not raising the budget. We're just simply not cutting it at this point. Okay. So, any other questions? Ruth?
Deb just walked away, but maybe somebody else can
Yeah.
answer. She mentioned how effective the flow chart that they developed was to address all of the data that comes in to help them decide how they progress with their treatment for
Yeah.
a given day. I was just wondering if they've shared that flow chart or how they approach it with other towns or communities, because if it works so well for them, it sounds like a resource that would be really nice to share.
Yeah, so it's a flow chart. It was actually developed by a coalition of folks. I have been involved with it. It's Joe with DOT. You probably know this flow chart well as well. It's sort of an if-then flow chart. So, yeah, it's a decision tree, exactly, yeah. So that's a good question. How do we get that out? I think it's probably something we could throw on a couple websites here, so let me think about that. I'll make this commitment to you right now, though. If you just go to our website, woodadvisors.com, /swim, I'll put it up there for you. And then I'm sure there's probably a way we can get it on the LGA. So give me a week, and then we'll throw it up there. So go ahead, Bree.
We have a few online questions. The first one is, are dirt roads able to benefit from this at all? And if so, do you have thoughts on how to handle those?
Aha.
Dirt road?
Do we have time for this? We're 4 minutes over now. Is this okay? Yeah, cool. So dirt roads.
We don't have any. I only have 600 feet. I would advise not treating the dirt roads. You're going to mud them up. They're going to tear them up plowing, especially with the live edge blades. I was actually talking to the guy from Argyle. He's got a lot of dirt roads, and I would suggest do not do that.
I would say one should be no salt, right? So we're always trying to deal with hard pack though. So I think the blades still matter. Segmented plow technology without, I think, is Putnam here? I think you talked to me about, you still put shoes on those, so you do still get some live action from that without digging into it. So that's one suggestion. I've seen a lot of dirt roads, in my experience, where we're over sanding them, and then we are mudding them up. Yeah. Best example I have is my time in Watertown. Actually, we used 1Bs, and that was actually good for then creating more base on the roads later on, and it actually helps break up the hard pack on those. So those are a few ideas, but I think that's a bigger discussion actually. So we've been getting that asked a lot, and I would just say, as far as some of the materials themselves, like we shouldn't be putting chlorides on those roads really. So, any other questions? Okay. Tim and Rob, are you here in the room? If you could come up. I want to just jump to, so we spent half a day not too long ago, both in Peru and in Washington County. So we've been looking at the data, we've been observing, we've been training, we've been engaging, and we felt at this point it was time to do a full review of what they've been following with swim. And so I'm happy to announce that they've both actually earned swim certifications. So Rob, if you could, Rob's really been integral, I think, Rob and Tim both, but I think Rob's really, been spending a lot of time with Washington County. And Tim, I know from what Mike's told me, you and Matt were really a big inspiration for them in Peru. And I think this, again, is testament to how this whole effort, this whole initiative that started here in Lake George has scaled really beyond Lake George now through the park, and I think in a lot of ways has become the national model. So congratulations to you both. If you want to have your teams come up after we present, and we'll take a couple pictures here. So they're all here. The folks that you see named here, they're all here today. So big congratulations.
Thank you.
Do you want to do one at a time here, and then we'll move on? Okay. If we could have the Washington County group come on up.
Come on, guys, get up here.
And Mike, if you could have your group come up, and then this will be our break before the next session.
So is it break time?
No, just a couple minutes here. You want them right here? Or over this? Hey, guys. Oh, yeah. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you.
Where's Rodney? Here, you guys hold that. Don't drop it, it's heavy.
Feels like a money shot.
All right, thank you. Congrats.
Thank you, that's heavy.
Dental fellows.
Over there.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Give it to the old man.
Thank you, guys. And again, this group here, this is, so you asked about the return, and I said 3 years. Unless you have a team like this, and then it's much quicker. So we're pacing this much quicker now. So I always say just one last thing. You hear me say it every year, but I think it's important. What these folks do in the middle of the night when the rest of us are sleeping needs to be recognized. So these guys are all heroes, right? So thank you.
Thank you, Mike and Deb. Congratulations, and thank you, Phil, again for all your effort and leadership.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm Dennis Dickinson, a supervisor of Lake George. I just wanted to thank Rob Velopoulos for getting us started on this SALT program. He was a wonderful, excellent employee, and I'm glad to see that he got a real job.
Okay, with that, we will continue with the town of Lake George. I'd like to invite Supervisor Dennis Dickinson, Deputy Supervisor Vinnie Cressito, and Highway Superintendent Rob Lanfear up, because we want to take this to the next level. The town of Lake George really was a leader and has been recognized. They were the first adapters of brine. This photo is actually from the front of the old Fund for Lake George parking lot when they were just starting to fabricate their own brine, make it. Actually, kind of farmer rigged it with a with a storage tank and with a pump and PVC, but trying it on the road in front of our office as well as in the parking lot. They were the first to make brine. We provided them through SnowX, this brine maker, back in 2016-17. I won't tell you the exact words of the previous superintendent, what he told me to do with this, but they stuck with it and started to become the first adapters. And they were also the first swim certified program. This was back in this room, I think, 2018. So they've been leaders this whole time. So now they are looking at a new brine maker to really up. That old one was archaic, took a lot of labor and created a lot of sludge and whatnot. But we're going to upgrade them to a new Henderson model. But one of the things we really wanted to work with the town was to create a brine cooperative. How do we make a reach out, connection to businesses, connection to the private sector? So we'll expand this road salt model initiative to that private sector with the support of the town. And we will train these private applicators to further salt reduction, because they say 50% of the salt loading is actually from the private applicators. So this is a way that we want to reach out, take our success with the municipalities, bring it to the private, and have them work with the town as well as with advisors, Rob and Tim and Phil, and learn how to do this better. So with that, we are pleased to announce and provide from the Lake George Association a $40,000 road salt reduction grant to the town highway department to help them with the brine maker and to establish this cooperative. So the town, we'd like to bring that up. Congratulate the town for their hard work. Congratulate Rob when he's here. Really appreciate his efforts. And with that, we'll make this possible. And Dennis, if you have any words?
Yes.
Usually does.
I think I do. I've had 4 months off. I got a lot to say. You want me to take that? Got it. The town of Lake George, in the 14 years I've been on the board, is a very conscientious board about the environment, protecting our lake, maintaining the quality, improve the environment. We've done a lot of programs, but I have to tell you, this salt reduction is the big key to our success. It's been tremendous, and I really think that we're headed in the right direction to start drawing in the private sector. We're very glad that the Fort William Henry is willing to do this. They've got certified people and they bought some equipment, so we're going to see how it goes. Thank you, LGA.
Thank you very much, Dennis, and thank you, Rob and Vinnie. So with that, we've reached our first break. We said we'd give you some breaks. So I'd like to thank all the presenters and be back at 10:15 for the Adirondack Road Salt discussion. Thank you, everyone, and welcome back. Our second session, we will now talk about the Adirondack Road Salt Task Force. This was a discussion that we had last year, and there was plenty of interest because this was a task force that was set up through some legislation back in 2020. And it was named the Randy Preston Road Salt Reduction Act. Randy, the late Randy Preston, was a good friend of many of ours in the room. Supervisor Wilmington was engaged with many of us on the discussions regarding road salt and how we could reduce that. Sometimes we were not on the same side of an issue, but on this one we were, and Randy was a true warrior and truly believed that we could do better to protect our roads, our communities, as well as our environment. And this, I remember sitting through many meetings with the department. He had the ear of Commissioner Sagos, and through meetings that we had with them in our Adirondack Road Salt Working Group, also with Dr. Dan Kelting, with Brittany Christensen, Lee Keat, and others, were able to meet as well with DOT and start to partner and collaborate on these issues. And through that legislation, the task force was started. Got off to a late start. There was a change in administrations, but happily, I think it was 4 weeks ago today, that report was issued. And we now have recommendations to move forward. And we are pleased today to have representatives from the two co-chairs, Commissioner Basil Sagos from Department of Environmental Conservation, as well as Commissioner Dominguez from DOT. First, we will hear from Sean Mahar, who really kind of herded the cats, I think, when we were all on the videos and getting together. I was actually a late appointee to the task force. I was fortunate, I guess. I missed a lot of the work and just got my name put in the report, so that was pretty good. And everyone else did the work, but we're pleased to have Sean here. Sean is the Executive Deputy Commissioner of the New York State DEC, a position which she's held since 2021 and has been with the department since 2015. Before that, he was a Director of Government Relations with Audubon, New York, as well as an adjunct professor with Siena College, teaching environmental policy and management. And he was also recognized as a Conservationist of the Year by the Wildlife Society back in 2012. So Please welcome Executive Deputy Commissioner Muher.
Not used to walk-up music giving presentations. I didn't know if I should dance or take this as seriously as this issue is, but thank you, Chris, and thank you for having us. And on behalf of Commissioner Segos, it's great to be here with you today. And I want to start off with some important facts, and that is, one, the commissioner's attendance is not indicative of how an agency prioritizes an issue. Our schedules are always in flux. We have a lot of issues going on. Our forest rangers were on the front lines of the search that was going on yesterday in the capital region, and there are a lot of different things that are going on always. The commissioner did want to be here today, but he sent me because he couldn't, and he was very disappointed that his schedule wouldn't allow him to be here because he is very invested in this, and we are prioritizing this. And you should know that we are a team at DEC, and we work together to really advance the solutions to the major issues that we're facing of our time. And especially when it comes to water quality, nothing is more important than our ability to address water quality impairments. And that starts with what we're putting in our water. And that starts here with salt on this topic today. And, you know, one important, I think, thing I want to leave you with too is that this report is important. This report is important to the state. We invested a lot of time, energy, and expertise in making it and working with the task force to make it happen. And any inference that this is not prioritized by the state is just simply false. And I want you to know that we are committed to reviewing this report, looking at the recommendations, implementing those that we can, and working collectively together with you all to advance the great work that was in this task force report. And we are prioritizing it, and I just want to make that abundantly clear. And, you know, really what we're aiming to do is reducing road salt. And that is really the name of the game and the business that we're in, and why I'm here today, and why we're going to listen to you all and continue to work with you all to make that happen. But it's important, as the task force report points out, that balance is the key. And as we learned through the task force process, and I learned a lot, I think as Chris mentioned, on task force management and you know, how to bring together very passionate people collectively to develop a report and put it into paper and now put it into practice. And, you know, we learned a lot about balance because we do have the need to protect water quality and reduce road salt contributions in the environment, but we do have to balance the need to keep people safe and the driving public safe. And when I talk about schedules, we spend a lot of time on the road at DEC, going to different events, going to different places, and we see the importance of needing safe and accessible roadways. But we also see what happens in the practices there that can be improved. And rest assured, Commissioner Segos is always calling DOT when he sees something on his travels around the state. We're asking questions. Why are you doing it this way? Or how does this work like this? Or couldn't you do it like this? And that's the type of collaborative governance that we really bring to how we operate as an agency overall and how we work with our colleagues to make things happen on the ground. And that's really what you're going to see as we work and move into taking the recommendations of the task force and really start putting them into practice. And we are excited. We are excited to be getting to work, to continue this conversation, and really start getting the pilots on the ground underway and really start seeing the seeing the progress that we're going to collectively make. And I think that's some of the key takeaways that I took away from the task force work overall, and that is the need for continued collaboration. This is a loaded issue. There are a lot of opinions. There is a lot of passion that people bring to this issue overall. And the more that we can work collaboratively together and collectively together, we can actually make real change happen. And that's really what we want to see. And we want to continue that collaborative dialogue overall. And communication is going to be critical. That's communication with each other, but communication outward and really education. We have a lot of education to do of everyday New Yorkers. I think as the report pointed out, you know, we need to explain to them how and why we manage the roads, how and why their expectations have to change a little bit, and how and why they need to drive safely. And that is one of the key messages that we need to convey to the driving public. We are doing our best as practitioners and transportation managers to keep those roads safe, but in our telecommuting day and age, maybe stay off the roads a little bit longer. Give our crews time to maintain them properly. Don't feel the need to rush in the car and drive 65 miles an hour on a snow-covered road. You are not doing a service to your fellow New Yorkers that way, and you're necessitating this notion that the road should be black always. And what we learned through the task force is we need to really effectively communicate to the driving public, and those are some of the things that we're going to work on with each and every one of you as we look to really, again, implement the recommendations here to reduce that amount of salt that we're using and get creative with how we're maintaining our roads overall. And again, that balance is going to be critical, and that's why we need to continue to work together. So I really thank the task force members. It was a great experience to work with such knowledgeable and passionate individuals from all walks of life here in the Adirondacks and across the state, and see them come together and really develop this important task force report that we have. And it was really great to work with our colleagues at DOT to make that happen. And I know Rob is going to talk, and I don't want to steal his thunder about how DOT is going to be implementing this. But here at DEC, we've obviously are committed and are going to continue a lot of the work that we're doing and grow and expand that. And first thing is monitoring. We have a great, robust monitoring network across the state. We're going to continue the surface and groundwater monitoring to really keep building that data set, as that's an important tool that we need as managers and regulators to make sure we've got the science and the data to tell us where we need to target and pinpoint our actions. I know funding is a big issue, and funding is going to maintain and continue to be a priority. We are, continuing to work with the Water Quality Improvement Program within the Clean Water Infrastructure Act. We're going to look at the Environmental Protection Fund to see what other funding sources we can bring. But we're going to continue to provide grants to enclose municipal road salt storage piles. We need to start not just in how we spread our salt on the roads, but where we store it. And the storage needs to, be thought about in its impacts on water quality. So we're going to continue to advance that program, and we anticipate announcing another similar award from what we did last year to enclose road salt storage piles across the state and help communities do that. And then we're going to use our regulatory and permitting authority to look at how we are permitting bulk salt storage areas and facilities, and requiring individual speedies permits and getting as creative we can with our permitting authority here in the state. And lastly, obviously, and I know Rob will talk about this more, but pilots. We're going to continue to work with DOT, continue to work with our local government partners, really to advance those pilot studies and really find out what that winning combination is going to be, or suite of combinations are going to be, to drive down road salt use and really work to reduce those water quality impacts. And that's something where our sleeves are rolled up. We're going to continue to make that happen, and this is a priority. So I hope that I've conveyed that enough. This is a priority for the state. We are not going anywhere. We're going to continue to work with you all in this room and partners across the state to really make this happen, because we recognize the impacts that road salt is having and the need to make operational changes and achieve that balance. And that's where our sleeves are rolled up, and that's what we're going to do. And that's why I'm glad AJ Smith is here today and going to sit on the panel for DEC, because he's one of the sharpest minds in the agency when it comes to water quality and this issue in particular. And I could not have done this task force without AJ. So again, Commissioner Segos was very apologetic that he couldn't be here, but again, his absence does not in any way indicate that this is being deprioritized as an agency, and we are looking forward to working with you all to make that happen. So I'll introduce my colleague, Rob from DOT. Rob Fitch, if you'd like to come up.
Very well stated, Sean. Good morning, everyone. My name is Rob Fitch. I'm the Director of Transportation Maintenance for the New York State Department of Transportation. And I'm happy to be here this morning representing Commissioner Dominguez, who, along with Commissioner Segos, was co-chair for the Adirondack Road Salt Reduction Task Force. As we all know, the Road Salt Reduction Task Force produced its final report, which was submitted on September 5th, as Chris had mentioned, which fulfilled its obligations under the legislation. Commissioner Dominguez would like to thank all of the task force members for their diligent work throughout this important collaborative process to produce the final report. And we're all looking forward to this morning's conversation with the task force members. Maintaining the balance between providing a safe highway system while protecting the environment is a critical goal for all snow and ice practitioners. New York State DOT has a legal obligation to provide for a safe highway system, and while we take this responsibility very seriously, we also pride ourselves on being good stewards of the environment. As Mike from the town of Peru mentioned, he mentioned continuous improvement. DOT also realizes that continuous improvement is critical for any responsible practitioner, and DOT intends to use the momentum that we've gained through the task force and the report to build upon our existing best practices and to further refine our snow and ice program. All of the recommendations in the task force report are being evaluated and they're being considered as DOT preparations continue for the upcoming winter season. Our existing pilots that have been underway for the last few years, they will be continued, which are Route 9N in Warren County, Route 73 and 86 in Essex County, and Route 5S in Herkimer County. We're also currently evaluating other locations within the Adirondack Park to implement some new salt reduction pilots, and we intend to have those in place prior to the beginning of the upcoming snow and ice season. Now, in addition to these pilots, which work on our field practices, DOT is also exploring reviewing diverse data sets and analytics to monitor and evaluate our road salt usage. We believe that a more refined analysis is going to allow us to better manage and optimize our salt use. And as required by the legislation, a detailed evaluation of all of our pilot programs, everything we've learned, will be delivered to the state legislature in August of 2024, August of next year. And lastly, I want to point out, and Phil mentioned this earlier, that his goal is to share these best practices across North America. Well, certainly our goal is to share the things that we learn in Adirondack Park all across the state and also across the country. Best practices that are validated by our pilots, we're rolling out statewide. We don't need to keep these secrets here in the Adirondack Park. We want everyone to benefit from that. So we will be rolling out these best practices statewide as we can. And we also share our best practices with some national organizations, just to continue the conversation nationwide so that everybody can learn from this. Links to the final report, the task force report, they're on the DOT website. And we also have an email that's been set up so anyone can submit questions or comments. Chris, I think you have that information already, but I will make sure it's available to you so it can be posted so others can get access to it. So again, Commissioner Dominguez, she's sorry she could not be here, but she is very proud to have been part of the task force. DOT is very proud to have been part of the task force and the final report. And we look forward to this morning's panel discussion. Chris?
Thank you, Rob, and thank you, Sean. Really appreciate the words and recognition of this issue and look forward to working with you moving forward on this important report. So to carry this discussion out, we invited members of the task force, and we wanted to select members that actually had kind of focused points. We really wanted to have somebody that would represent local government, and we wanted to have Jerry Delaney, president from the Adirondack Local Government Review Board. We wanted someone to focus on operations. We invited Kevin Hajos from Warren County DPW, somebody on sustainability, so we were going to bring Phil Sexton back up. And on the scientific side, we were going to ask Dr. A.J. Smith with New York State DEC to come up as well. So if they could please come up to the chairs. And the way we will work this is that we will now, I have some questions as well. We will ask each of them to introduce themselves, describe their background or their connection, with the park, and discuss what their involvement with the task force was. And then we will also field questions from the audience as well as online. And if there are any moments of silence, I've got a cheat sheet here with me. So I guess I'll start with you right here, Phil.
Oh, I would have gotten set.
You would have sat over there.
Well, I think my involvement with the task force really is a bit more broader scope. So you've heard a lot of our story already, but we've been doing this in a lot of different places. In a lot of ways, I'm representing the practitioner on the private side of the industry. I've been a private snow and ice contractor for over 30 years, in addition to all these other weird things that I do. As far as my involvement in the Adirondack Park, you know, at a personal level, I've been, you know, this has sort of been my happy place, right? The park has been my happy place since I was a child. So I used to call the park more so the sort of southwestern end, particularly Hamilton County, that area, and then been hanging out in the peaks for a long time, swimming a lot of these lakes, competing Ironmans, that whole thing up in Lake Placid, and so it's been a fun ride for me. As far as, you know, I think just our work here is really where my passion led us to, and so we've just had the pleasure of working with lots of different towns, villages, counties, you know, so it's been an interesting collaboration that I think, you know, as we talked about earlier, what we're doing here in Lake George has really kind of scaled park-wide, and I think to Rob's point, I think, you know, this goes statewide, really. I mean, these best practices we talk about, you know, a lot of what you saw earlier, swim, really is in this report, right? And so I don't think that the best practices are necessarily intrinsic or exclusive. It's something that can be broadly practiced, you know, I think anywhere that road salt's being used. So thanks for having me.
Kevin?
You just wanted us to introduce ourselves, Phil.
Yeah. That's the way Phil does it.
So most of you know me in this room. I'm Kevin Hajos. I'm the Superintendent of Public Works for Warren County. I grew up not in Warren County. I grew up in Saratoga County, but most of my family spent a lot of time in the Adirondack Park when we were young. This was our escape to come up to vacation. It was always up here. I was fortunate enough to be picked by Governor Hochul to be on the task force. I'm glad she picked myself and Tracy Eldridge because we are kind of the boots on the ground. We're the operations. We're the ones who go through this day in and day out on placing salt on the roads and keeping the roads safe for the public. So I was fortunate enough to be put on this. I've been in Warren County now for 15 years. I've been the superintendent of public works. Now I'm going into my 6th year. And I'm looking forward to, I think I heard Sean say it, a collaboration between the DEC, DOT, and municipalities on reducing salt in the Adirondack Park. Rob and I just had a meeting down at DOT recently, and we discussed some of the programs or the pilot studies that DOT was doing. They're doing the same thing we're doing. We're all trying to achieve the same goal as reducing salt in the Adirondack Park, and I think based on a balance, I think we can get there. So, thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. AJ?
Hi, everybody. So I'm AJ Smith. I'm Assistant Division Director for the DEC's Division of Water. My involvement in the task force was really as that representation from the agency and to also sort of bring the support that the agency could provide relative to water quality contamination, and sort of that statewide perspective, and obviously that the support that the agency could bring alongside DOT. So the work that I've done previously, it actually was really helpful in engaging in the task force, and I was really excited about the opportunity to actually be able to be part of the task force because just a few years back we had been analyzing water quality data from across the state. As Sean had mentioned, we have very robust water quality monitoring programs that Division of Water specifically maintains, and those programs have been going on since the early 60s. And we had taken a look at water quality data across the state using those robust data sets from that historical period of time up until present, and had identified that some of the big changes that we were seeing in general water quality across the state were really related to chloride and potentially road salt contamination, and trends in increases in chloride and sodium over time. And that was pretty alarming to us, and so that kind of sparked a lot of additional work within Division of Water from like an applied research perspective. And so the opportunity to then engage and understand best management practices and snow and ice removal technologies that are in place and what municipalities are doing was really helpful for us to then be able to bring that back to the work that we do within the division to think about, how the Division of Water and the agency can help make a difference going forward statewide. So again, we kind of looked at the Adirondack piece as sort of a proving ground and an opportunity to understand a broader issue that also could be applied in other areas.
Thank you, AJ. And last, but not least, Jerry. Good morning, Jerry.
Good morning. I'm Jerry Delaney. I'm Executive Director of the Adirondack Park Local Government Review Board. I followed a giant in the Adirondacks, Fred Monroe, who had this position, and I feel he was a great mentor. I hope I learned a little something from him. Unlike everybody else up here, I don't think I really have a lot of specialized skills on this task force. You can blame Billy Jones, and he made sure he wasn't anywhere near here for you to give any blame to him. He put me on the task force. I'm a town councilman for 16 years in the town of Saranac up north. I look at this in a lot of different ways, but what really piqued my interest was when I had a single mother with 3 small children call me up and say, "There's salt in my well, what do I do about it?" And it's hard to tell somebody who's struggling that there's nothing you can do about it. You can fight with the state of New York, you can spend a lot of money, but the salt's still gonna be there. And we have a couple of areas in my town. One of them is between 2 water districts, long-term state DOT area for sand and salt that's really affected that aquifer up there. And those people struggle with very, very high salt values in their water. And so pretty much, I guess it was my activism around trying to work with Billy on this that got me here. And I will say, sitting up here, that every one of the task force members were very passionate about what they were doing, but unlike some passionate people, they were always willing to open their ears, listen, learn, discuss. And as much as it pains me to give DEC a lot of credit, AJ here carried this report in the end. He took a lot of criticism at times, and it was a struggle. I know it was a struggle for him, and you can see what he produced in the end.
I thought it was a lot of fun.
And for disclosure, we did ask, and I think we'll call our 4.5 panel member, Rob Fitch, and he will be available. He told me to answer any questions. We did not want to exclude DOT from the panel. Our hope was to have possibly Dr. Kelting or Dr. Chris Stefanuck on the scientific side, but they were unavailable. So with that, I'll start off. I guess the one question that I would throw out first, and again, if there's anybody in the audience that would like to add, we will field those, but we talked about some collaborations. The Executive Deputy Commissioner spoke about that, and just wondering what your thoughts are and what collaborations are needed to achieve success, and what that success might be, if there's anybody interested in taking that. So what collaborations are needed, taking a look at these recommendations from the report?
Pilot studies. So one of the things that was talked about in the report were pilot studies. I understand, that DOT has a couple of pilot studies, and as Rob said, maybe they're going to do a couple more. But I think, there's a lot of municipalities that could do some of these pilot studies as well. Town of Hague, Warren County, Washington County, any of the towns along that side of the lake, town of Peru, who is here. allowing us to do some of those pilot studies as well as part of this. And we would share the information with the state, with DEC, with DOT, but I think, allowing some of the other municipalities and groups to do some of those pilot studies and not just the state, I think would go a long way.
I would say, and it's probably a little bit of a reach, but I really think it's important to understand that this shouldn't be the end. This should be the beginning. And I'll go back to salt and aquifers. We're not going to stop the salt that's been laid down in the last 40 years from going down, that's in the ground. It's going to our aquifers. So we shouldn't be happy with reduced salt. Reduced salt should be a short-term solution to a long-term problem. We should be trying to use our intelligence to find a way to replace salt that isn't as dangerous to our aquifers as salt is.
Amen to that. Phil.
Just real briefly, I think, when you think about the needs, particularly with the pilots, so we have measuring and monitoring that's needed. We have practitioners that are needed, and I think we have funding that's needed. And I think just like the industry itself and just like this issue itself, it can be very fragmented if we're not careful, I think. And so, like how do we pool all this together so that we're, it's not, DOT's budget and DEC's water quality and Warren County's operation. It's like, we could very easily work in silos on this, I think, if we're not careful. So I think, I wanted to say something too, by the way, while I have it, this process was very interesting to me. I'm not real patient when it comes to the pace of how some of these things work, but this guy here, we have a very strong foundation of knowledge, right, that was developed from this. And some people, I've heard some criticism, people say, oh, so what, we already kind of knew this was a problem, right? But to the extent of the problem and what the root causes are, and then this guy actually, if you try to edit everybody's passion and everybody's text and try to put it in one format, is no easy task. So this guy is the one that actually pulled it all together, sort of voluntarily in some ways. I don't know how much you were voluntold to do this, but you took it on. But I think even that, so that foundation of knowledge, I think, is sort of the foundation of collaboration on this, right? And so I think just like how the chairs were set up, that's what we need.
And I think,
go ahead, AJ.
So, I really appreciate the flattering remarks. It's definitely a team effort, and couldn't have done it without everybody. And I think, to that point, it was really impressive. I've been on a lot of these kinds of things, done really big kind of corralling events to try and come out with a product. And sometimes it gets pretty heated, but I really felt like everybody brought a really good balanced perspective and was willing to listen to what everybody else had to say. And I think that made the process a lot better. And I think the product is a result of that, that it's a really good product. And I think, we have heard, obvious, right, I think was one of the words I read in a news article, because of course I had to read the news on the report, to see how it was being received. But I think what that kind of comment lacks is acknowledgement that now you have a roadmap, right, for how to implement these practices, right? You have a roadmap, a gauge that you can then take, each of the agencies can take, or anybody, a municipality, can say, okay, if I want to reduce road salt, here are the things that I could probably focus on to help me get there, right? It's in one location and identifies also for us as an agency like DEC, a list of priorities that then we should work to engage on. And I think that speaks to what you were saying before about you hope it's not the end. And I think it's definitely not, from our perspective. I think because now we have the map in front of us, we have the laundry list of potential work, we can start to engage and we can start to do more. And I always look for the low-hanging fruit right out of the gate. What can we do right initially? So for us, that's things like, okay, maybe we make some turn the knobs on our monitoring programs to maybe focus a little bit more on road salt contamination in the Adirondacks, where it may be a very prevalent problem. Maybe it's think about our funding opportunities and the grants that we provide to do more than just maybe salt storage, right? Some of the things that Sean was talking about earlier, hitting on some of those points, right? I think that those are all really positive things, but they only occur after having gone through this exercise, right? And sometimes noting the obvious. And I think that's okay. And there's a lot in here that was not obvious too. So
The one point I would add, and then I think we got a question out in the audience, was when DOT set up the pilot on Route 9N, I think also on Route 86, that I would like collaborations. They actually set up a local technical group that had representatives from the local government. On the Route 9N, it was the prior Mayor Blaze. They had other local elected officials. They also had some businesses involved. And I think that would be something to carry on. I'd like to see those working groups and technical groups carried on with each of the pilots as well. I think we'll go to the audience, and then I think we've got one or some questions
David
online.
Miller, Clean Water Program Coordinator for the Adirondack Council. First of all, I just want to commend the task force for its work, for its incredible pace at putting it together. This is not an easy task, and moving forward with this program and report and all the great recommendations. One concern we have is that while it might be a map, it's yet to be a road map, AJ. It's a listing of things, and we need to figure out how to get from point A to point B to point C. And Sean mentioned prioritization and further review and evaluation. Do you have a plan, or the agency has a plan to do that prioritization, create reduction targets, create an action plan, create an implementation timeline, to create a continued advisory group to oversee the report's implementation? Those things I didn't see really come forward in the report, or a sense of urgency for those things. And that's more of the how to make what you recommend a reality. So I'd love to hear comments about the need for that to make this task force a living document to move forward, as Jerry talked about.
So I think that's been a sentiment I think that we've heard, at least as an agency representative, all along, right? I think it's probably fair to say that these guys have been, very much advocates of making sure that, the report doesn't just get issued and then sit on the shelf. And so hearing that, all along, we've been trying to think about what are some of the next steps that we could be doing. Do we have a specific plan yet? No, we don't have a specific written plan of action. But because we've been so engaged, we've already identified, a handful of things that we think would be very beneficial. Division of Water has its, and Sean mentioned this before, Division of Water has a very robust, and DEC has a very robust water quality improvement projects funding program that right now has been focused on salt storage. One of the recommendations on funding is to think about other categories of improvement type projects related to salt, potentially even, working with DOT on other new ideas related to, I don't know if infrastructure is the right word for it, but the equipment type stuff, right?
So you could add equipment to the road salt storage category.
Potentially. Right, potentially that's the kind of thing that we're trying to talk about. And we've already had those conversations. One of the other things on the funding side is thinking about developing and working with communities on developing road salt reduction plans, right? So that a community itself has a plan for how it will address road salt reduction, right? And what best management practices will it take from the, this is outside of the DOT use of the recommendations, but on the local level, developing those kinds of planning documents that say, okay, we're going to take into consideration everything that you talked about in the report, and these are the things that we can do maybe without any funding. Maybe it's related to education and training the kinds of conversations everyone's probably having this week, right, at the conference. So I think that's like some early low-hanging fruit for us, and something that I think could really start to get us off the ground. Plus, the pilot studies, being able to engage and provide an advisory role in any of the pilot studies that are ongoing. I think that's another place where we're hoping to be able to start early on engaging, because I think we need to get some data, additional data and information through those pilots to really know exactly which ones could be prioritized, right? And I think that's why you don't see necessarily prioritization right now, because there's still more data and information that needs to be collected through the pilots. All right, I'll stop, sorry.
Yeah, Jerry.
This might be my chance to beat up on the agency, so. We were really specific, the whole task force. We all had personal experiences, professional experiences that led us to our comments. And I would say we were very specific about funding. We were very specific about where we thought funding could be managed without really increasing a lot of workload on the agencies, requiring new people. Local government's probably the people that should be the most disturbed with the end of this report, because a lot of those things didn't come out. But in the defense of the agencies, if we actually put all that minutia in the report, it could just be a hammer that could be used on them when it wasn't the right time for them to do it. So you can be sure that the minutia has been heard loud and clear by these agencies, and probably some of the reason the report was slow to come out is as we argued about how much of that went in, how much of it didn't go in. So funding was a big piece, and I myself was a big proponent that we make sure our local roads are kept up and paved to a standard that the water runs off in the wintertime, that something like that was in the report, so that you don't have standing water that's going to freeze after the sun goes down and just gets cold enough to freeze up, that it has time to shed off the pavement in the daytime. And that's a big problem with local roads, is having those crowns and the ability for that water to shed.
And to echo that, I think that's something Tracy Eldridge he advocated for a lot, to try to make sure that we could get paving projects. Can they be considered infrastructure? Can they be considered under these type of funding plans? I think I'd like to go online if we could, if that's all right with everyone.
Yeah, this question is speaking to salt contamination. Is post-application removal an option? For example, snowbank removal in sensitive areas or around wells?
If you wanted to spend enough money, I mean, that's the bottom line. If you wanted to spend enough money, we all know that when we put salt and sand down and it keeps snowing and you have to go over it, you push the salt and the sand into the snowbank, and it would be a very costly option. I don't see where that would be viable at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just add, it's, in our business, there is such a thing as chloride-free. There are chloride-free alternatives to materials. There are chloride-free methodologies. I think to support Jerry's point, though, we do it at the call it the sales level, right? So there are a few clients out there, if you will, and we call it constituents in the public model, but that will pay for it, and some have to because they have contaminated. They've contaminated town wells, right? You're going to hear about one, I think, later on today that we work with, and but it's a different cost model, period. And so that's where the question keeps coming up then, how important of an issue is this really? So you have to, culturally you have to put your commitment to this, and then you actually have to put your money where your mouth is on this too, right? So it does require money.
We'll let Kevin, do you want to add to that?
No.
Okay. Okay.
Me? All right. thank you. I want to thank the task force for its work, for sure. And I know it took a long time, and I can imagine how, complicated it was. But we do have a crisis, and I'm not Chicken Little. I'm not here to say the sky is falling. But when Jerry brings up the contamination of drinking water wells, which is widespread, that's not an isolated example. And we know the cause and effect. We know the sources, right? So the way we've approached road salt at Lake George, it's a no regrets action. And yes, we have studies, we have data that shows road salt's going up at Lake George. We have spiking levels in our tributaries that are at times toxic. And we took the bull by the horns and we moved forward because we had to. There wasn't time to study it. We had to solve it. And so I just hope that in that spirit, and knowing, as stated, this is considered the acid rain of our time, but the big difference is, you know what? We can solve it locally. That's the power of what we've tried to do and demonstrate at Lake George, is it takes a team, it takes a village, it takes a lake, whatever you want to say. So I guess my point in all of this is understanding it is a crisis that we face. It's real. This is no joke. The science couldn't be clearer. This is a problem that's getting worse. We got to get our ducks in order. We've got to have a process. We've got to have a roadmap. But we got to put our foot on the accelerator. We don't have time to talk about thinking. We might do this. We have ideas to do that. We need to leverage those places that have already demonstrated progress and the champions, the heroes, as I think Phil called them, and learn from them and create these multiple nodes of progress to accelerate this process, because it has to be done. We don't have time to lose. That single mother with 3 kids, she can't wait. So a response is appreciated, but it's more of a statement than a question. Thank you.
I'm James Emery. I'm going to be speaking in a little bit, but I'm from New Hampshire. My father actually was a regional director of transportation for both Watertown, New York, and Long Island and New York City. So I come from a DOT background, but I'm a hydrogeologist and have lived in New Hampshire for the last 45 years. And salt has become our #1 groundwater contaminant. You'll see in some of the slides I'm going to present on the impacts that salt has had. But one of the things I have a question directly for this group is that in New Hampshire, we struggle with a disconnect between the DOT and the DES. In our world, it's not the DEC, but it's the Department of Environmental Services. And although there are, the DES has the mandate to protect water quality and groundwater quality and so forth, and DOT has the mandate to maintain safety, one would understand or think that there would be a better relationship between the two organizations to promote the reduction of salt use. So what my question is here, and I very much appreciate the task force and this report that's been prepared, because that does show cooperation between the two entities. But is there a long-term plan for the DOT of New York and the DEC to actually marry together with a direct mandate to determine how they're going to reduce salt in the next 10 years? And so that would be something that I would love to hear back, and maybe that's in play, or maybe that's something that's being discussed, but that's my question.
We'll turn to AJ.
Yeah, I guess so. All right. So just real quick, too, because I think it was Eric.
It was.
Yeah. We didn't get to respond. I think, from an agency perspective, we understand exactly what you're saying, and I think the work that we've done internally in review of data, and I think the SALT Task Force report was a really helpful exercise for us to review and analyze data, along with DOH. Right? DOH isn't here today, but DOH played a very important role, especially when it came to looking at the existing data and information relative to drinking water sources, right? And I think that what we've seen is that it is an extremely important issue of the day and one that is extremely widespread. And we got to start doing stuff that, that will move the needle now as opposed to at some date in the future. Sort of like what we're, seeing with other emerging contaminants, PFAS, right? PFOA, PFOS. I look at those two things as some of the biggest issues, chlorides, road salt, and other emerging contaminants like PFAS as being some of the biggest drivers of the work that we're doing right now. So, I hear you, and I think we're always willing to step in and work with, local communities to do whatever we can. And I think that was part of what we learned too from this task force was what are some of the opportunities that we can engage in, So I guess that's sort of, well, there wasn't too much of a question, maybe a little bit of a response for you. And happy to talk more about it. And then in terms of, is there a collaboration? I mean, I think that we had collaboration in advance of the task force, and we work with DOT on a lot of other water quality issues outside of just salt. DOT has a lot of different facilities, right? We work with them on their facilities. We work with DOT on road salt. We had been working with DOT on some of their earlier pilots, ones that I think Rob had mentioned during his remarks. We had also been working with DOT on response to other, road salt contamination issues, along with DOH. And so I think that we, coming out of the task force, will be looking to, make sure that those collaborations are only strengthened to be able to carry forth what's being recommended in the report.
And I'd like to say that one of the things the task force was really pushing for was not to be turned out to pasture, that there are advisory groups, especially with DEC, like FPAC, that they bring stakeholders in, and the task force really wanted to be able to continue to engage DOT and DEC and the Department of Health moving forward, just to try to be the stakeholders that kept those issues to the forefront.
Just real quick, in New Hampshire, it's why I got involved as a contractor, right? So at one time I was overseeing the largest operation, right? And what happened in New Hampshire was it got flipped to showing that the private side of the industry was actually the bigger sort of user and contaminator, if you will. But I think what it taught me was we talk a lot about salt reduction, right? Reduce the use, and I think what we found is promoting responsible use ends up becoming reduction over time, right? So we have a lot of inconsistency in the industry. DOT, not pointing fingers here, but DOT, like any other operation, the more operations you have fragmented throughout the state, the more inconsistency you're gonna find. We got some folks in Barnes that are putting it down at 120 pounds a lane mile. We got others that are putting it down at 500 and go up, right? And so I think if we can find that, so I think DEC's role in this, or DES is sort of what their role was with their DOT back in the time. DEC's role is sounding the alarm. So it's kind of, I think about snow just like firefighting, right? You're the alarm. DOT's responsibility in their case is to respond to the alarm, right? And so I think the alarm in this case is we've got a lot of inconsistent use. If we could just drill down on that, we'd be solving a lot of this problem.
And I think the point you just made, Phil, is spot on. So like if we carry it back to the question about funding before, I think probably the first thing we got to think about funding is education, outreach, and training, right? Because I think, oh geez, sorry. The biggest thing that I learned coming out of the report and the talking with all the folks on the task force was that there's a lot of stuff that snow and ice removal professionals are doing right now, and then there's a bunch of other things that could be done too. Some things that maybe don't require a huge amount of funding, but what they require is education and training. And so providing that, that's because, and it kind of goes back to the question from online, if you can hit it at its source, right, and prevent the not necessarily prevent the application, but reduce it and do it in a wise way, just like any other contaminant, right? We reduce what's on the landscape then. But we're still effective and can maintain DOT and other, municipal levels of service for public safety. I think it's doable.
Online?
I'll kind of on the same line as this conversation. Looking at the bigger picture, will recommended best management practices be required statewide eventually, not just in the Adirondacks?
I mean, they're certainly recommended. I think the good news, back to David's question, is, there's categories of pilots that have been recommended. So the best management practices, the standards being deployed here have all been laid out in that report. The good news is then there's these different categories of pilots that have been recommended. So I think that's a bit of what's being assessed. But one of the things that I am hearing confidently is you're going to continue the ones that already exist. So some of that's through our work here, some of that's through DOT's work, and that's category number one. So I think it's just a matter of, Rob and I both agreed on this earlier, continuous improvement, right? So like, how do you continuously improve what's already ongoing? So we're not trying to reinvent the wheel here. And, what's really the number one pilot category, it's how do we properly fund it? How do we properly scale it, I think is the case. So I think in some cases, the pilot needs to be, how do you get it beyond the pilot, right, to scale? Because we've been talking about some of this long enough, right? And we've been testing this long enough. So I think that's a big opportunity.
They're shooting at us already. As a task force member, the one thing I was advocating on was requirements as far as training. And I know that the state has requirements on training. The Snow University, I think the DOT calls it. I felt we should be trying to get that training to be brought down. I think that's another way on the municipal levels, that requirements of training, not trying to make it more regulatory, but trying to place the burden on helping these folks, as said, that are going out there at 3 a.m, give them the best opportunity to do the best job that they can. I think, is there any more? One more online, or in the audience, I think. Is there more online?
If I missed this, forgive me, but is there a rough number on the percentage of New York State roads that are brined as opposed to the old way?
I wouldn't have that number. I wouldn't have that number.
Would you wing it? I don't blame you.
Because I'm the one that got shot here. Feel pretty good.
You look good.
There is a question in the back.
There are many lakes beyond the Adirondack Park that have chloride loads that are 3, 4, 5 times the load of Lake George. Is there any prioritization of rolling out pilots based upon chloride loads, and when can lakes beyond the Adirondack Park experience some mitigation measures?
Yeah, so I think that's a great question, and I'm really glad that you brought it up, because one of the things that I think that we saw, from the state agency, we look at things, as a statewide perspective. We have data sets that are statewide in nature, and when we look at those, there are significant areas of the state, right, where the chloride load is substantially greater. And I think that's part of the reason why we say the information that we got out of the task force in this report is really helpful from a statewide perspective, because it gives us some recommendations of things, pilots or what have you, to be able to think about in some of those other areas. Right now, we've been focused on the Adirondacks, but I think that at some point we probably need to be looking at, at some of those other heavier concentration, higher loaded areas.
Would it be
One of the-
possible for the DOT to consider pilots beyond the borders of the Adirondack Park?
Yeah, so that we'll have to ask DOT. I can't speak for them on pilots.
Our fifth
As
pin.
far as establishing pilots, our focus is on the Adirondack Park. But as I mentioned during the remarks, everything we learn, every best practice that's validated, we're rolling out statewide. There's no reason to keep these things in the Adirondack Park. As far as our training, our equipment, those things, they're rolled out statewide. So we're not focusing just on the park there.
But when you roll out statewide, you're not going to do the entire state all at once. Are you prioritizing based upon chloride loads?
Well, actually, we do roll it out statewide. As far as a training standpoint, every region in the state will receive training. Not every person within those regions, but we spread that training out to those regions, and then gradually within those regions it broadens. But there is no prioritized list of water bodies where we specifically focus training. For instance, this location here, we need to make sure we have that information there. At this point, we don't. But there is a tool that we've been working with through Clear Roads, which is a national organization of snow and ice practitioners. I think there's 38 states combined. Right now, there's a project that we initiated with them. There's been some draft information published from them already that uses GIS information to establish sensitivity to salt usage. So it factors things such as wetlands, well locations, public drinking water sources, things of those natures. There's a huge list of things that is looked at, and ultimately, once that tool is finalized, it will be able to use for purposes that you mentioned, as far as identifying sensitivity at specific locations, where locations that may have more limited resources. Let's say you have a town that can get maybe one new truck. They can't afford to outfit all of their trucks with this telemetry, but if they have one truck that they can do, maybe that's where they focus that truck at that location. So that certainly is in our mindset.
Following up on that, we heard this morning success stories, and I want to get to Eric's point on this too, and the urgency that some towns or counties took to move forward, and 40%, 50% reduction in Washington County. Are you envisioning at DOT the ability through the pilots to achieve similar reduction targets over the next several years based on the pilots' work? I mean, the techniques and best management practices through Phil's work and others seem to be there. Are they transferable and scalable park-wide to the DOT? So in 3 years, we'd say DOT's reduced its loads by 50%, or more towns have signed up to do that too through training.
I kind of think this is where my voice came in. We all know that around this Lake George region, there's an immense amount of finances that have been put into these towns that have had these success stories. And that's great, but that's also the problem. The people that finance Lake George were intent on getting their waterway in better health, and they have done that through invasive species, through salt, and the next threat to this lake, I'm sure they're going to step right up and they're going to do it again. As you move around into communities, it comes down to town boards to convince them that this money is actually going to save them money over time. It's one town at a time. Just because Peru did it doesn't mean every town in Clinton County wants to do it. I'm not saying they won't, but start counting 100 communities inside the park and go pull up every one of their budgets and look at those decisions those people are making and look at the tax burdens that are falling onto these people. It becomes a dollar and cents thing, and there has to be part of the education we talk about up here is the education of not just the practitioners on the road, but it's the town boards, the decision makers, the people that drive the roads so that they understand why their taxes are going up. it's a much bigger thing when you start raising taxes. And we'd all love the state to pony up the money to do it, but we'd be paying them the taxes instead of locally.
My main focus was DOT, 71% versus 29% of the salt going down on the roads in the park. So can they use what towns are learning and make it scalable so they can have serious reduction targets? I was asked to come up here and respond so that the folks online can see. The first part of that question, is it scalable? Yeah, we believe it's scalable. You know, the best practices that we're talking about are something that could be implemented in most every location. As far as the reductions, I think it's important to keep in mind your starting point. You know, we believe that you know, through optimization and better management, any system can improve. But to identify a location or a specific number, 50%, 40%, I'm not confident you can do that because I'm confident that our starting location is pretty good. So that's the other aspect to keep in mind.
Okay, I am going to throw out the last. Go ahead.
Just one more online question. Is the patent for calcium sodium acetate, I think they might mean magnesium, so calcium magnesium acetate, inhibiting the affordability of its application?
So CMA is calling, right? So what's the question?
Is the patent on CMA inhibiting the affordability of its application? CMA is one of the most expensive.
I don't believe so. Just we use it as contractors. We're actually getting away from it though as well. Acetate's got a little bit of the issue as well and performance issue, but no, I think it's just the actual material itself, the mining process, the availability process. Yeah, I don't think it's the patent because there's other CMA products out there. Yeah.
Okay, I want to.
Can I just make?
Sure.
Hello. Yeah. Just a quick response to Jerry's point, because I think it's a bit misleading, and I understand the point made, Jerry, that there's significant resources in Lake George to help underwrite and facilitate what's happening. But I would only say that given the experience of Washington County, Warren County, and Peru, the whole point of what we've done is to be the pebble in the pond, is to demonstrate what is possible, guided by the science, so that when it comes to funding, we're not doing it all, by the way, as an organization or as a collaboration with municipalities. But we do now have municipalities, because they're saving money as a result of this investment, they're sending us funding to support the Lake George Road Salt Reduction Initiative. So it works. You got to start somewhere. There isn't a startup cost. Phil refers to this repeatedly. But the return on that investment is enormous. So we do need the public funding to follow suit and do the same for those places that are struggling and don't have the resources we may have at Lake George. But we're not creating a gated community at Lake George. We're creating an example that others can follow. So thank you.
So with that, I will throw out one last question to our panelists. I want to thank them all. If we can give them a round. And then one last question for them. Jerry sort of touched on this, but what do you think is the greatest change in behavior that is needed, and by whom? So I'll start. Kevin.
I'll take educating the public. Stop going out and getting your Starbucks coffee in a snowstorm. You make your coffee at home. I mean, that's the bottom line. I mean, as I said, I grew up in Saratoga County. I grew up on a farm. We were driving on snow-covered roads, but the reality today is that people feel they need to drive on bare roads. That's why we're having to put down salt that we do. We have reduced it in Warren County. We'll continue to reduce it. I think there's a balance between public safety and protecting the environment. I think we can reach that balance. But again, you know, it's just educating the public. You don't need to be going out during a snowstorm to get your Starbucks coffee, plain and simple.
Jerry?
I've got to agree with Kevin for part of it. Since 1980, We've watched the expectations of what our roads look like and how fast they look like that change. And, you know, highway departments on the local level are pretty much all elected, so they have to serve their taxpayers. So getting the public to understand that they're not always going to be bare is really important. And then it is the overall education part of the piece, you know, right across the board, from the public to your town boards to your highway crews. This is not a small nut you're trying to crack open. It's a big nut.
AJ?
Yeah, I mean, what's not to agree with on both of those, you know? So I think that, I think it's a whole scale behavioral change, education, outreach that needs to happen. And I think that, you know, when we are able to engage in that kind of campaign, then, you know, it makes all of the practitioners' lives a whole lot easier because that expectation is different.
Slipping on slippery conditions should not be allowed to be litigated.
Very good. Thank you all. And again, thank panels. Appreciate it. Thank for your work on the task force. And thank the representatives of the commissioners.
I just want to add one more thing, if I could. For the people, and Phil said this earlier, I think he stole it from me when I did my presentation in Cornell. How many plow drivers do we have in here? Give these guys a round of applause, because these are the heroes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Job
Thanks,
well
everyone.
done.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, where's our music?
The walk-off music there. All right, so we heard how difficult this issue is, and we're going to come up with a presentation by James Emery. James, or Jamie, I believe, is a professional geologist and senior hydrogeologist from New Hampshire who has over 1,600 groundwater investigation projects nationally and internationally, and has worked with the World Bank as well as the Pentagon. He came recommended to our summit from our good friend Ted Deers up in New Hampshire. I knew Jamie was the right person to come to Lake George to speak when my research into his background showed he was honored in 2019 for his work to protect groundwater in the New Hampshire's Lake region with the Kim Ayers Award that recognizes residents who have made a major voluntary contribution to the environmental quality of the Lakes region. So with that, James Emery.
These lights are bright. I want to thank the Lakes George Association because you guys are setting the standard and we are behind, but there's so much more work to be done. My background comes, as I mentioned in the question I asked, from the DOT perspective. I grew up in Averill Park, New York, which is not far from here, moved to Watertown, New York, then moved to Long Island. My father was a regional director of transportation for both Watertown and for Long Island and New York City. So I got to ride in the plows and I got to investigate bridges and be part of the DOT experience. Little did I know I was going to go into groundwater as a profession, and I have been a hydrogeologist now for about 42, 43 years, and have worked up and down the eastern United States and internationally as well. Salt has become kind of my sidebar over the last couple of years, and part of it is because one of our clients in New Hampshire has suffered the consequences of what happens when we do not use salt smartly. Now that's something that you brought up, and I think that was mentioned right up in the front. And then Phil mentioned that which is measured can be improved. That is what I'm going to show you today, because we have a relationship of trying to maintain safety, but at the same time understanding that we are damaging the groundwater system. I'm going to present in New Hampshire, but we're damaging the groundwater system throughout the Northeast and wherever we're doing de-icing practices. This is something that I will share with you, that the #1 contaminant that we have in New Hampshire, and I deal with PFAS every day, is salt. That has contaminated more public and individual and community water systems than any and all of the other contaminants combined. So I'm going to walk through this. I usually use a pointer or a laser pointer, but unfortunately in this format you can't. So I may step away so I can point to one of these screens so you can see what I'm mentioning. The background for my discussion is the Merrimack Village District, which relies on groundwater to supply 1 billion gallons of water annually to over 9,300 customers. Over the past 30 years, sodium and chloride levels have continued to increase in all of the MVD production wells. Now, when I say Merrimack, this is just one town of about a dozen that I can put my finger on that this is occurring. It's obviously the most common de-icing agent used in the state of New Hampshire because the demand for roads and clear roads during and immediately after snow and ice is present every time. But as the percentage of a watershed increases with impervious cover, parking lots, roads, highways, more salt is added, more salt goes into the watershed, and as we know, salt dissolves very readily in the groundwater. So this is 20 years, I'm going to show you, that started off with New Hampshire in 1985, where we were measuring sodium in wells across the state. And you can see that the majority of the area had sodium less than 20. 10 years later, that map fills in a more dense red, and in 2005, we're seeing a majority of communities having sodium levels greater than 20 milligrams per liter. Now let me jump ahead to 2023. In 2023, we put this map together, DES put this map together to show that not only are we going above 60 milligrams per liter, we got a lot of communities that are going to 200 and above 200 milligrams per liter. And approximately 175,000 people in New Hampshire drink water that has 60 milligrams per liter of sodium in it today. Now, we have worked hard with DOT and various agencies to try to reduce salt. But the reality is that our salt use continues to increase and the salt loads continue to increase, in part because we've increased our impervious cover, in part because we've increased our use of salt. So what I'm talking about today, and you've heard this, and I don't want to beat this band too hard, but we have to change the culture of what we do. And I was so impressed with what Peru and Washington County and other communities are doing, because they've taken this by the horns and said, we are going to change the way we go. We're not going just to talk about it, we're going to actually do something about it. So I'm going to review where the levels in one local aquifer, and this is just one, but there are many in New Hampshire that are suffering in this way. And then I'm going to talk about what approaches we've used to try to help this matter. Now, New Hampshire DES did a nice job in breaking down where's all our salt come from. And in New Hampshire, we have about 50% of the salt comes from parking lots, and about 9% comes from state roads, and about 27% from municipal roads. Well, that's all good and right and helpful for a statewide issue, but when you have individual problems, it takes individual approaches to fix it. And I like the question that one gentleman raised. How do we prioritize where we reduce salt from the municipalities and from the state highways? So, sidewalks and roads shouldn't crunch and salt drifts are bad, right? Everybody knows this. We've talked about it, but this happens continuously. And I've now gotten to the point where every time I step outside, I call the person and say, wait a second, we just had a storm 3 days ago, and I'm still stepping on salt that you put down that's not doing anything but going into the groundwater system. I bring this up too because chloride does have a EPA secondary standard of 250 milligrams per liter, and EPA is recommended to keep the levels for drinking water down below 60 milligrams per liter. So just as a review real quickly, sodium and chloride levels are harmful to the environment and substantially contribute to stormwater pollution, adversely impairs surface water quality and is toxic to fish, impairs groundwater quality, it impairs wetlands and ecosystems, it increases the presence of invasive species, it increases corrosion on our vehicle fleets and equipment, it increases damage to highways and bridges, the ones we're trying to protect, and it adversely impairs drinking water. Okay, so all of these are common sense issues. Why isn't it that we are out there making this one of the highest priorities to reduce? It's almost beyond common sense that these salt issues are creating these problems, and yet we in New Hampshire continue to use more and more salt. Why is it important to drinking water? And I want to make sure everybody in this audience understands this. Treatment of sodium and chloride exceeds the cost for treatment of PFAS, VOCs, 1,4-dioxane, arsenic, metals, etc. Now that's staggering when you think about the PFAS issues that we're dealing with across the state, that the cost to treat sodium and chloride exceeds that of PFAS because we have to go to an RO as opposed to a carbon removal. So just to give you that point of view, I want everyone to walk away understanding that the cost of treatment for sodium and chloride is almost not possible. Why is it important to Merrimack and most communities? Well, they lost one production well due to elevated sodium and chloride that was producing 1,000 gallons a minute. The cost to this town was $2 million, all preventable, all been identified 10 years ago, but we couldn't get the curve to change. And now all the other production wells are still in play. And this is happening in New York, I can tell you, because I'm involved in some of them in New York as well. But here's what I want to show you how this works. So those blue areas that you see, the center one is a well called MVD3, you can see. Everything in blue is where the recharge area goes to these wells. So they have three sets of wells, three sets of areas, well fields. One in the north, MVD 4 and 5, that produce about 400 to 500 gallons a minute each. The ones in the middle, each one of those wells produced 1,000 gallons a minute, and the ones down the south about 500 gallons a minute. To give you an idea of what 1,000 gallons a minute is, it's 1.5 million gallons a day. So it's a big source of water for a community. The inventory of where we came up with how much salt was impacting that well came out to be 56% of roads where the salt load was going in, and parking lots were about 38%. Now, Phil Sexton is involved in a series of parking lots that we're concerned about in this particular area that we're requiring to reduce salt use. But this pie diagram is different than what I showed you statewide because in this particular area, the roads are the dominating factor. Now, I want you to see this as that blue area, again, is the watershed area, and that's the recharge area for these wells. The stars are the storm drain outfills. The yellow are the parking lots. And the red, the high line in red that you see, is the state road that goes into this interchange, okay? That would be a DOT road. And of course, there are residential sites as well, and the things you see there in blue are residential homes. What we commonly observe, and ironically, the Water District their office sits at the interchange of where I just showed you where the state road intersection is, with spreader trucks spinning off excess salt at the end of their run or unloading their entire salt load before they went back to the shop because they were instructed not to come back with salt. Now, I'm not saying this happens everywhere, but this happens in this particular community. There are overlapping routes where one truck would come and then another truck would overlap, and a lot of the salt that they had on the road was getting plowed off and then resalted. So what we see in this watershed area that we were trying to stop are, salted parking lots like this. This is what we've taken pictures in the last couple of years. Well, that gives you an idea of what that looks like. That's an example of what you cannot do. We've got salt drifts and salt draining into the storm drains. We've got roads that you can see here that are all a part of this equation. So, all right, where are we going with this? So in 2011, I did a study that's determined that about 550 tons of salt were going into this watershed. And we brought the alarm, we sounded the bell, we said, look, we have got to change direction. We went to DOT, we went to the Public Works, we went to the parking lots, we went to everybody in the stakeholders meetings. We said, we've got to stop this. But look what happened. This is a tracking from 1992 to 2021, right? From 1992 to 2011, when we started the alarm bell, chloride was increasing in this well almost 10 milligrams per liter each year. From 2011 to April 2022, that chloride didn't go down in terms of how much it was going in. We went up to 13 milligrams per liter per year. And sodium didn't change, essentially. Sodium continued. But look where we're at. We're looking at 400 milligrams per liter of chloride and almost 180 milligrams per liter of sodium in a drinking water well that we've sounded the alarm on. The area to the north that I mentioned to you, which is the 4 and 5, you see the yellow all throughout there. Those are the areas where salt is applied, parking lots, roadways, etc. And what we've seen here is, since 1992, really no change in the sodium chloride levels as they continue to increase. Now, I want you to look at this table because this blows my mind. This well, MVD3, that we had to take offline, had a sodium increase of 1,000% over time and 900% in chloride. 1,000% with the warnings out there. And this is why I say congratulations to Lake George, because you guys are taking this seriously and are making changes. So what are we doing in Merrimack? Well, we've made presentations like this one. We've presented the reduced salt case to the local businesses. We presented our case to reduce salt in the WAPAs to the DOT. We formed a stakeholders committee. We've been chatting about this for 10 years. We've promoted the use of brine, live edge plows, anti-icing, getting over other business to move in that direction. We received commitments from some of the largest parking lot owners to try to move towards no salt or lower salt. We've applied and received a grant to install signs so that the DOT and the Public Works could see when they're walking into the recharge areas. And we're monitoring continually. Well, here's the signs that we got done. So this is the wellhead protection area. This is the recharge area. You can see all the signs that we were able to put in. But the two signs that are the most important were for the DOT. And the DOT has spent a year not addressing what we've been asking is to put these signs in. And so we finally had to go to the legislature and say, we need to put the WAPA signs in place. So after all of this work, one would think, okay, we're going to make progress. We're doing well. Well, it does work. And so Lake George has a good example of that. I have a place that has worked as well. So you'll see the southern one that says MVD 7, MVD 8, and MVD 6. A higher proportion of highways, but these are town roads, and the town changed the way they did their salting. And Home Depot said, okay, we're not going to put any more salt in our parking lots. And look what happens. We see a change in 2011 because if you think of an aquifer as a bucket with a hole in the bottom, right? You're putting salt in, but salt's also going out through the streams and out of the watershed. So there's always salt. If there's salt in your streams, it's going out. You're moving it through. You're flushing it out of the system. It's one of the great things about this contaminant is we control it as opposed to PFAS and some of our more challenging contaminants. This we control, and when we reduce the load, the concentrations in the aquifer start reducing. And you can see in this case, for the last 10 years, we've been seeing a reduction because people took advantage of the salt reduction procedures. But as you saw before, and I can't go back, the continuation of salting in this interchange has created even a worse problem. So I'm going to show you a picture. So you'll see that the well 3, and there's this interchange here that is part of the Industrial Boulevard, Industrial Drive in the Continental Boulevard. This is a DOT route. Up beyond is some Fidelity parking lots that Phil Sexton's working on to reduce salt use. And we were told, we had a meeting just recently with a DOT, and the discussion was, yes, we're using best practices. We're using best management practices, and because the division is, or the water department is right outside, they take pictures pretty regularly. And so this was a picture taken this year of what the DOT was doing. And I'm not trying to blame the DOT because this is a collaborative issue that we're trying to resolve. But what my point is that sometimes when we think we're doing the best things possible, the data that we're collecting, the scientific data that we're collecting shows that what we're doing is not really what we're saying we're doing is not really being effective, or we're not really doing as much as we think we're doing. So this scenario shows the scary part. Okay, in the last 3 years, in the area by this wellhead that we took offline at a cost of $2 million to this community, each data point that you see here is a data point that is an average of 4 samples taken every season, so spring, summer, fall, winter. The average chloride over the last 3 years, since 2021, 2022, and 2023, has risen to 1,000 milligrams per liter in this aquifer. This is right now, with the highest measured at 1,200. Now, I mentioned to you the secondary standard for chloride is around 250 milligrams per liter. We're at 1,000 with measurements at 1,200. The sodium has reached 600 milligrams per liter. That's 10 times what the maximum level that EPA recommends for drinking. And it's all down gradient of these salted efforts. Now, as I showed you, 1992, we didn't have this problem. 2000, we didn't have this problem. 2011, we started alarming everybody. Now it's 2022, and we are in panic mode. Simply put, those that use salt need to reduce salt. And I would encourage the DOT in the state of New York to prioritize some of the communities that are suffering from high levels of chloride and sodium as part of their pilot tests, because there are communities like this that may end up saving a couple of $1 million. So what do we do to reduce the salt load? Okay, you know all this, I'm not going to repeat it, but we've got to use the anti-icing approaches. We've got to move towards brine and liquid agents like what Peru has been doing. We calibrate. We have to. And we have to have trained operators. Now, one of the things we've learned from our meeting with DOT recently is that they have 60 openings for employment. And I'm sure that's probably the case here. There's not enough workers to do the work. And so what happens is they sub that out. But the people that are subbed out don't have the necessary training to do the same salting. And we know that someone who's putting 500 pounds of salt per lane mile versus 130 might be thinking they're doing the same job, but they're not. And the training that's not there for these operators makes a huge difference. So I'm going to encourage you that everybody be trained in terms of what they're doing. And every plow driver in this room, I applaud you for being here, because that means you want to be educated. You want to know what it is to reduce salt. Congratulations to you guys, because it takes that kind of initiative. But in New Hampshire, one thing we have done, and Phil kind of alluded to it, is that there is a slip and fall policy that you cannot be liable in New Hampshire if you're snow pro trained, that you fall on a parking lot that's being maintained by a landscape contractor and they slip and fall and they get hurt, you cannot sue that contractor. The state has provided liability across the board for all contractors who are trained in salt reduction methods to not be held accountable. So where are we now? What are we doing? And now we've had to go, unfortunately, to the politicians. And that's the worst case scenario. But that's what we had to do. We had to write a letter to the governor. We had to write a letter to the commissioners and say, we have this problem. And when we presented this case, everybody gasped. Everybody gasped. It was exceptional. So now we're talking about, okay, we're going to require, in this case, because this happens to be part of the DOT, we're going to require subcontractors to be trained in the aquifer protection areas. And we're going to make sure that the signs get put in the wellhead protection areas. We're going to require that drivers understand what anti-icing means and not de-icing necessarily. And we're going to have the DOT cooperate, we're going to optimize, or they're going to be required to optimize plow routes. So we're now getting the legislature, the senators and the House reps engaged in helping this process. We have made the formal request now that DOT use brine in this particular area, because we know that brine works. And even though in our case we were told in the meeting 2 weeks ago or a week ago that brine does not work, we know it works. It works, it's safe, it's environmentally responsible, and it can save a substantial amount of money. And of course, what we want is to reduce the salt load. And lastly, I want to say, we applied with DES and EPA for funds to conduct a watershed management program. Now, we just found out last Thursday that we've been awarded a contract from EPA and DES. It's the first one in the country to focus a watershed management program on salt. Usually it's phosphorus and nutrients and other things. This is going to be on salt. And it will end up providing legal teeth for people to have to reduce their salt use. Now, I didn't want to go this route. We didn't want to do this because in 2011 we knew we were going down this path. But I'm sending out the alarm bells to everybody here in New York who is listening and elsewhere. If the alarm goes off, you've got to pay attention to it, because it will have substantial consequences. And we in New Hampshire are working hard to try to overcome that, but it's more than just conversation. It's got to be something like Peru and Washington County and those municipalities that are going to say, wait a second, it's our community, it's our environment, it's our drinking water, it's our wells, it's our lakes, it's our rivers. We're going to do everything within our possibility to change this culture to reduce the salt use. So with that said, this is a bad example. I'm giving you one. We have a good example. I showed you what happens when you do the work. Salt loads go down and water quality gets better. But that's all I have to say. So thank you.
Are there any questions? I'm told I need the microphone. Any questions? I do have one. Jamie, is this a TMDL that you're basically working on, a total maximum daily load kind of analysis?
We will be. We will be. That'll be part of the overall of this new program that's going to be started.
And could this lead to limits, or in New York State we call them SPEEDs, State Pollution Discharge Elimination System requirements, and NEPIs?
Yeah.
Would that result in something like that, do you think? or-
That's what our hope is.
Okay.
Yeah, and particularly in this, I'm not sure it'll be done on a regional basis, but EPA has never done this before, so we're kind of in the, we're in the exploratory realm. But the goal is to have some kind of legal teeth that says, all right, we need to have a better balance between salt and safety. Because in 1992, we were driving the roads and we were still safe. And we have additional roads and parking lots in there, but it's not, the math doesn't work out. The number of roads is not the absolute reason why we're seeing these salt loads going up. And as you can see, we were able to change the curve on a very congested highway that was right there with parking lots that changed their culture in using salt.
Thank you so much. That was exceptional. It was eye-opening, and I think it goes back to, again, the operators and others who are in this room that have taken it by the reins, and are showing the difference that can be made without having to go to this step, which we don't want to. We don't want to do that either. We've done everything we've done in the basin in Lake George with no new policies or statute. It's remarkable, and it's a testament to our partners. But my question is, to what degree have you, I know you've reached out to and had community meetings, but to what degree have they been receptive to understanding of the problem and wanted to do something about it on their own? What has been the...
It's been a struggle.
Just to follow, why?
Yeah. So I can't answer that question. I don't understand why. There is a fear factor that going to other alternatives is not going to create a safe environment. But yet there has been plenty of opportunities to learn and understand that there are alternatives that are safe. And I think we're starting to turn the corner. Having Phil involved with one of the big parking lot owners in that particular region is going to help. I'm going to tap him harder to make them do more quickly. But I think that at the end of the day, it takes a collaboration, and that's why I asked the question about the collaboration between DEC and DOT. Is there a distinct and mandated, or maybe not mandated, is there a direction that says, okay, this is a problem, we're going to get together, and we're not going to talk about this once a year at a conference. We're going to actually talk about this all the time. This is going to be our goal. And that's what I'm trying to do with New Hampshire, is to say, okay, and I don't want to, and whoever's from New Hampshire is watching this on video, I want to make it clear that there are actions that have results and consequences. DOT does a great job in New Hampshire, and they do keep the roads safe. What I'm indicating is that in this specific area and others throughout, we can do a lot better, and we have to do a lot better. And so going back to your original question, it takes this culture change of enthusiasm, the enthusiasm that I forgot his name now, Mike Farrell has about saying, wait a second, I'm going to try something new that's out of the box, and I'm going to do it as best I can and see what happens and make it work. And that kind of attitude is so important for everybody to have, because not everybody wants to do the new thing. They want to do what's easy. What's easy comes is what I did before. And so we're working on it, but I don't know, I don't have the answer, because oftentimes the money isn't coming out of their pocket. Right? A citizen who has a parking lot doesn't say, well, it's $2 million for the town. The town's got plenty of money. Well, the town doesn't have plenty of money. But anyways, that's kind of part of this problem.
Because unless, just quickly, that kind of initiative is taken, like Peru and Washington County and others, a process as you're describing it is going to take a lot of time.
It is.
This isn't going to happen overnight.
We're going to see more millions of dollars
exactly.
of impact.
Exactly.
100%.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No other questions? Well,
A senior one graph that showed that you could have positive results with certain practices, and I was wondering, Chris, in terms of New York State's demonstration projects, is there a water testing overlay that's part of those pilots where they're going to test the efficacy of what they're doing?
I believe there was monitoring and water quality included in the pilot programs. I know there was up in State Route 86. I know personally along 9N that there was, because we have completed a 4-year study on that. And working with the department, there was findings of reduced application rates by the department. What we found is that there was increased application events, increase on going out, which led at times to increased salt loading in our streams. And that's something we're working with the department on. One other question, and then I think we will break for lunch.
Thank you so much, James, and thank you to everyone who's been a part of this so far. My name's Sawyer Bailey. I'm the director of an organization called 80K Action, and there's been a lot of talk about how do we take the pilots and how do we help the champions spread this work across the region and take it to scale. We've had a number of these conferences that fire us up, and to your point, how do we keep this going 365 days a year? And I know some of the folks here who are operators are going to be heading out for a demonstration in the afternoon, but I just want to draw attention to the privilege that 80K Action has had to try to support folks like Deb and like Mike and their team. Working with Phil Sexton and Wood Advisors, we're doing an intermunicipal community of practice to try to help these pieces of knowledge spread. And if anyone in this room is interested in being a part of it, whether you're in the Adirondacks or not, we want to involve you. This work is growing. We're taking Lake George's model and we're really trying to help it spread. So thank you, Eric, and thank you, Chris and LGA, because we want to be your partners in this. So please find our team. We want to work with you. Thank you.
Thanks. With that, we will break to lunch. Thank you, James. Really appreciate it. Round. So right now, there is bagged lunches, box lunches. We are going to have some presenters starting at 12:20 up to 1:45 or 1:45. At that time, we will go outside for demos. Thank you. All right. Thank you all for not going outside and staying inside to give our sponsors some time. If we could go back, I'm sorry. The first will be our friends from De-icing Depot, James Heinite. If Jim can come up, it'd be great if we could maybe pipe this outside. Everybody's playing hooky, but here we go. And James will also be outside during the demo hour. So, James?
Do we need to sit up here after we're done? After I'm done? No? Okay. No. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is James Hignite. I'm Vice President of Operations for De-icing Depot and Green Button. I can't see what I'm looking at here. And we are a supplier of de-icing salts. We have our own bagging plants. We do liquids, brines, and we manufacture equipment for doing brine. We do a lot of municipalities. We did the brine makers here up in Lake George and Hague. So we're excited to be here. We bring in boats of salts. We'll sell salts into mostly landscape contractors. We don't do a whole lot of government work. Oh, thank you so much. We have bagging plants. We bring in solar salts. We make bag material for sites, sidewalks. We use a lot of non-chlorides. We make our own liquids. And we have accessories needed for all your de-icing needs. Like I said, we did the brine makers here in Lake George, and we've helped them out with other projects, getting their sprayers up and ready. We do that for a lot of cities and counties, as well as mostly private contractors. And the thing that I'm most excited about this year is all-electric equipment. It's taken 3 or 4 years now. We've developed an electric motor that's 6.5 horsepower DC, so it can completely replace your banjos that are on your sprayers. We're using these now to load tankers of magnesium, calcium, We have them on some DOT trucks that are spraying 25 miles an hour, all with electric capability. So all the problems that everyone's had with Honda motors that get salt in the flywheel and they don't want to crank and the corrosion destroys them, these motors are completely waterproof. They're fully potted. You can run them dry, and they do the same output as a banjo. So we're really excited about it. I think Lake George is maybe going to do a couple, and it's going to be huge for the industry, especially for everyone who's trying to brine, who's had so much bad luck with Honda motors. All righty. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for having us.
Next up from Winter Equipment, it's the first time they've been here as a sponsor. We appreciate it. Scott? Green button.
Green button. Good afternoon. I'm Scott Ferris with Winter Equipment. We are a manufacturer of snowplow blades, cutting edges. Over 30 years in the industry. The company is located in Cleveland, Ohio. We have 25 patented products, everything from rubber, steel, to articulating blades. We do a system guaranteed. If you're not happy with what you're doing, I will come take a look at it and help you out with that. Oh, that's a picture of our company. We all know no two roads are the same. Everything from asphalt to stone to dirt, chip seal, gravel, everything. And covers much territory I do. Every state is even different. Every state uses different aggregate, so you get different value on what you get. We are, a system that we have is called the Yoma system. This is a articulating rubber carbide steel blade. This is something that's made from a company called Black Cat out of British Columbia. This blade will configure to your road as you're plowing. What's nice about it, it's with the rubber, it cancels the noise so you don't have, while you're in there plowing. But it's something that's a blade that here with the Salt Summit, if you want to use less material, you need to kind of go this way with your blades so you get better scraping. Just a picture of what it is. It just shows you that's a 12-inch carbide blade wrapped in rubber in the center, so it actually will go up, down, left, and right. It'll actually articulate a lot more with the road. It goes with a backer blade that goes to your plow. Then you mount the blade to it. Every bolt hole is 12 inches, so you can alternate your blades 4 foot, 3 foot on your plow and take it along that line. 30 years, Winter Equipment. I have a truck outside with all our products on there. Please come out and see me. Thank you very much.
One question I had, Scott, what brought me to Winter Equipment, I read an article by Curtis on the plow blade angles. And I don't know if you could talk a little bit about that, or if that's something
No, it's something
folks can
that is
learn
actually very crucial with your plow. They call it the attack angle. Through the industry, 65 degrees is the attack angle that your plow should be set up as. And this is based on the carbide piece that's in there. It's a trapezoid, and if you ever put a little gauge on it, it'll actually show you at 65 degrees. In New York State, we do run, a lot of towns do run a one-way plow that is tilted back a lot more, and the adjustment's just not there. With certain blades that we manufacture, we do a high, medium, low, so we can do that. But to get the best scrapability, best action, best performance out of your plow, a 65-degree attack angle should be obtained. If you get around 60, 62, that's great, because once you start plowing under load, your plow will rotate a little bit more, so you'll get up to where you are. But that's what is the attack angle.
I found that real interesting. Great. Yes.
Is that on the OGS state bid contract? Is that right?
New York, no, we are not on the OGS, but you can piggyback. If you're New York State, we do have the Oneida County bid and the Erie County bid, which all our products are on there, so you can piggyback off those. Correct.
Great.
And if different states, you know, we have NASPO, which there's ways of doing it. There's so many different ways to purchase our products, but come out and see me in my truck.
Great.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Ed. And our last sponsor presenter is our leading sponsor. Joe Cashin's been here for several years, and it's up to you, Joe, so you can.
I think, honestly, since the beginning.
Since the beginning.
Well, we appreciate it. This is very aligned with what we do with Innovative. We are all about trying to help reduce the amount of chlorides that are going into the environment, while also keeping the roads safe. That's the balance that everybody that we've been talking to, everybody who's been talking today, that's always been the biggest thing, to try to make sure that we're doing the most cost-effective manner of clearing the roads, but also trying to keep the environment in our rear view there. So we're trying to make sure that's highlighted. But my name is Joe Cashin. I'm the Director of U.S. Sales for Innovative. Just a little bit about Innovative so people are aware who we are. We've been around for over 35 years now. We are responsible for 50 million gallons of liquids. That's our capacity at our terminal down in Glenmont, New York. About 75 to 80% of the liquids that we put out are going to be for winter de-icing or anti-icing or any sort of liquid method that people are trying to melt snow and ice, break the bond with the snow and ice, and remove it from the pavement. We have the largest network for liquid de-icers in the Northeast United States and Canada. So I've been all up and down the East Coast. I've been as far out as Minnesota, doing presentations and meeting with people who are all trying to help reduce the amount of salt that they're utilizing. There's no one answer for everybody. That's the beauty of having multiple different products like Innovative has, is that depending on what you're looking to do, what you're looking to accomplish, whether you have existing infrastructure, no infrastructure whatsoever, whether you have a robust budget where you get complete buy-in from your town board like Peru, or whether you have a resistant town board, we have a way that we can help you out. I'm not going to beat these slides, too much to death here. We all know winter usage for salt is on the rise, and we need to find a way to curb that. The best practices that we recommend, and like I said, we've been promoting for over 35 years, and it's nothing different than what everybody in this room has talked about. Calibrating, logging what was successful, what wasn't successful, utilizing the new technologies and equipment. But the one that we really are well versed in, and probably the biggest experts that when it comes to, is our knowledge on direct liquid application. There's a lot of ways to do direct liquid application, whether you're using sodium brine, whether you're using magnesium brine, calcium brine. There's blends that you can utilize that have sugars in them that can help resist refreeze on the road so they can last longer, reducing your applications. So there's a lot of different methods to do that. One thing I will caution people is that salt in any form is salt. I should say sodium in any form is going to be sodium, whether it's powdered, liquid, granular, whatever it may be. It's going to have the same limitations. So we need to make sure that we understand that, because adding water to salt is not going to necessarily make it work at different temperatures. All right, there is a eutectic temperature for salt. There is a effective temperature for salt. And no matter what form it's in, your eutectic temperature is -6. That does not mean put it down at -6. It's effective temperature, and when I say effective, that means when it is a cost-effective for you, where it's going to melt snow and ice, and it's going to help break that bond with the pavement at a rate that's going to justify putting it down, is roughly 18 degrees Fahrenheit. So if we want to take our liquids programs, we want to take our salt reductions to the next level, that's where sometimes we have to look at other options, whether, like I said, it's treated salt, whether it's enhancing your brine that you're already utilizing, or maybe it's going to something like a magnesium or calcium chloride with a blend. Again, I'm not going to beat those slides. There's a lot of proof and a lot of data about how some premium liquids, things like the OBPEs, which is our organic-based performance enhanced liquids, how they can help to melt more snow and ice, last longer on the roads, and help when it comes to having to go back and do multiple applications. Our lab that we have on site, we make sure all of our products are tested to make sure there's consistency in our products. One thing that I will caution, and we're going to be doing a demo outside in a little bit, is making sure that you're testing your product. If you're making your own brine, if you're buying brine from somebody local, even if you trust them, double check and make sure that it's the correct salinity. If you're storing brine over a season, make sure you're checking to make sure it's the same salinity before you put it on the road. If you look at a phase curve for sodium chloride, a 26% sodium chloride brine will freeze at 30 degrees Fahrenheit. 23.3, which is the optimal, is going to get you that eutectic temperature of -6 where you want to be. So understanding that and knowing to make sure that you double check your methods, even though a piece of equipment may have a hydrometer or a refractometer that tells you what the concentration is, it's always good to double check because those can be off, and those are sometimes not calibrated at the right temperature. So just keep that in your mind. There's a lot of corrosion benefits of using some premium liquids. I'm not going to go into too many details about that. One thing that we did find and we have been working on is National Cooperative Highway Research Program did a chloride ions, what you're contributing as you try to melt a standard certain amount of snow and ice. So they did 100 pounds of chloride ions contributed when trying to melt 100 pounds of snow and ice, and they did it at different temperatures, ranging from 32 degrees all the way down to, I believe, -5, and it showed the differences on what materials, how much you would have to use, and how much chloride you're actually contributing if you try to melt at those rates. I do have copies of that report if anybody wants them. I also have some more user-friendly versions of this chart for people if they'd like to come to our table. I have no problem sharing those with you because, again, it's not our information. It's completely third-party. So, again, we're not trying to hide anything like that. But I really do appreciate everybody's time. I really do appreciate everybody coming out to the summit. This is important stuff. We do want to make sure that you understand the science of the liquids you're choosing because that can really help you to find a liquid solution that's going to be right for you and what your town, your parking lot, whatever it might be, what your options are and what you're really looking for it to accomplish. So again, just want to thank the Lake George Association. I also do want to make one little special note too. On our website and also on our table outside, we have a QR code that is a link to a salt reduction webinar that we did. I believe it's 30 minutes. For every person who views that webinar, we are going to make a donation to the Lake George Association. So we just want to make sure that you guys are aware of that. And if you have some time and you'd like to review that, it is going to end up being monetarily beneficial for the Lake George Association. So again, thank you for your time. We really do appreciate it. Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah. So we have reached the point that I think we got a little downtime, but at 12:45 there will be demonstrations ongoing outside. For those folks online, we will actually have that live streamed shortly after 12:45 once we get the technology and everything rolled out there. So thank you again for the support, hanging on. And we'll be back with you shortly. The afternoon presentations will start at 1:45 with the outreach panel in this room, and there will be calibration training outside. Thanks again.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is James Hignite. I'm the Vice President of Operations for De-icing Depot, and I'm here to show you our pickup truck unit. This is a 400-gallon unit. It's meant to fit in the standard pickup truck body. This unit is all aluminum, and it comes completely wireless. So I can run this with this little key fob in my hand. I can also run it with Bluetooth on my phone. In the event that I lose both of these, there are manual override switches on the sprayer that can completely operate it with the pump coming on and all three booms. What makes this unit so special is it's fully electric. This unit has a 6.5 horsepower, DC powered, fully submersible waterproof pump. So this pump, you can get brine all over it, you can dunk it down in the brine tank and it will still continue to run. It's fully potted. What also makes it really great is there's no internal seals. So if you run out of brine and you're using the unit, it's okay. You can still run this dry for a little bit of time. All of these units are made with aluminum, all aircraft grade aluminum. They're all welded by hand. I have all T-jet valves, all quick disconnects so everything can be moved and cleaned easily. And all plumbing parts are stainless steel and polypropylene. So now, so that I don't get wet, I'm gonna step aside and I'm gonna turn the unit on. Wrong way. So now you can really see how much this electric unit can really put out. Right now at this setting, the motor's running around 75%, so I can kick it out a little bit more. With the right tips, these units can run anywhere from 5 miles an hour to 25 miles an hour with no problem at all. The electric pump has the same capability as a Banjo 2-inch, and what makes it so special is you can't run it dry. You're not going to hurt it if you run it dry. It's fully waterproof and it's fully electric. And that is our 400-gallon electric pickup truck unit.
Hey everybody, I'm Joe Cashin. I'm with Innovative Surface Solutions, and I just wanted to do a little demonstration today about how to test your products. It's very important with your winter maintenance program that your material is on spec and that you're using it at its maximum effectiveness so that you're getting the most longevity possible. So the first thing I want to do is I want to show you how to use this little piece of equipment. This is called a hydrometer. What this is going to do is this is going to help test the specific gravity of your de-icing material. So I'm going to take one of our products. This is called Magic -0. I'm going to pour it into this tube here, making sure that I get it to a high enough spot, not filling it completely, but high enough to where I'm going to be able to submerge the hydrometer in it. Then, one of the most important parts of this is we're going to take this hydrometer and we're going to put it right in the middle. We don't want to have it touching the sides of it because that's going to throw off our reading. I put it right in the middle and I'm just going to drop it, and it's going to bob at the optimal, or with what your specific gravity is. So this product coming from our terminal, I know it's on spec, which should be 1.29 on the specific gravity scale. And it's kind of hard to see with the video, but if you come in here and see, you'll see it's exactly at 1.29. The spot where this is going to stop hovering is what the specific gravity is going to be. Okay, there is another method, especially for those people out there who are using salt brine. You can check your salt brine with a hydrometer, but sometimes a hydrometer can be not the most accurate way of doing it. So another way that you can do, especially for salt brine, is called a refractometer. Now, a refractometer, what you're going to do is you're going to take this device and you're going to put a little bead of your salt brine on this slide. We're going to hold it up to a light source so that we can get the light to hit it, and a line is going to appear inside of here that's going to show you exactly what the specific gravity is, or what the concentration is, I should say. So if I hold this up to a light source like this, I'm going to be able to see that this brine right here is 23.3%, which is the optimal concentration. If your brine is off, you need to make an adjustment. If it's too high, there's too much salt, you need to add water, and if it's too low, you're going to need to add some salt to it. So it's very important that you know exactly what your concentrations are, because to have a great winter maintenance program, in my opinion, if you're going to use salt brine, you should be enhancing. And when you enhance, you're going to mix a product like Magic -0 with this salt brine at either a 70-30 or 80-20 blend rate. So you're still going to have a cost-effective material, but you're going to get a product that's going to work at lower temperatures, going to resist refreeze and resist the bond longer, and you're going to get your maximum efficiency from your product. So I want to thank everybody for attending today, and I hope this was informative for you.
Hi everyone, I am Russ with Granite State De-icing Supply, and today I'm going to show you a little bit about our Champlain Systems T-Series 250-gallon brine sprayer. First important thing to note is everything on this unit is either stainless steel or poly, and down where the tank connects to the frame, Champlain has a patented pin system to hold the tank to the frame, so you will note that there's no tank straps. The second thing, in the front of the stainless steel frame is fork pockets to easily slide in and out of the truck. This particular unit is our EcoMax high flow 12-volt pump. It has a low amperage draw, and with combination with this boom, it is capable of spraying a width of 30 feet. Up here we have 3 different electric valves on our manifold, and those valves with this Storm Commander GPS rate control will control all 3 of your booms individually. We do have a 50-foot hose reel as an add-on accessory for doing sidewalks. And I'm going to go ahead and do the 3 different booms now. And now just to show you the hose reel real quick, we do have We do have the hose reel option, so you can spread out to a fan tip as well. On the side of the tank here, we have a clear sight glass, so you can see how much liquid is in the tank. As well as up at the front of the truck, we have our temperature sensor that reads real-time ambient and ground temp sensors. If you guys have any questions, you can call us at 833-MELT-ICE. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. You have made it to session 5. And this, just if you want calibration training and you're not tired of the sun and everything outside, you can go out there. There's a calibration training session that is ongoing by the town of Lake George truck, just outside to the right. But in here, we are excited because we want to have a presentation and panel discussion on engaging stakeholders and how we can expand the work that we've done here to the private sector, which we feel we've been in need to do. That was part of the reason for the brining co-op. And we invited, we like to have some cross-pollination here. So we invited some experts from outside the area, well, partially in the area, as well as down in New Jersey, to talk about initiatives that they've implemented and how they've tried to reach other stakeholders and businesses and engage them in road salt reduction. So I'd like to bring up Sawyer Bailey, Aaron Stretz, and Kelly Tucker, please. We'll have them do either presentation or just to talk about their work, and then we'll have a panel discussion, field questions from everybody, and come away with a better idea how we can outreach to stakeholders. So with that, we'll bring Aaron up. And Aaron is from the Watershed Institute down in New Jersey, and there she works as the Assistant Director of Science. So here you go, Aaron, and the green button is what you want.
All right, thank you so much for showing up after lunch and coming inside when it's so beautiful outside today. So today, I just wanted to kind of give a little introduction into who I am and where I come from, because I am representing your neighbor to the south, New Jersey. I am the Assistant Director of Science and Stewardship at the Watershed Institute. We're a nonprofit organization that was founded in 1949. We're located in Pennington, Hopewell, New Jersey, covering central New Jersey. And our main goal is to keep water clean. We kind of do that through 4 different ways. We have educators, we have advocates that go out into the community, work with school-age kids all the way up through senior citizens and everything in between. But really, the work that we do to educate and advocate really relies on what we do from a science context that kind of provides the foundation for everything that we teach. So in the science department, that's kind of where I am representing. We do a number of things. We run water quality monitoring programs. We work on green infrastructure installations. But what I'll talk about today is the New Jersey Watershed Watch Network. This is a program that I run. It's hosted at the Watershed Institute, but it's fully funded by the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection. So it's definitely a collaborative effort between our state government and between nonprofits. The goal of this is pretty straightforward. It's to collect as much high quality data to be included in regulatory water quality assessments as we can. And so as you all are aware, anyone coming from DEC, there's a lot of waterways throughout the state. And the integrated report is a biennial report where we look at this data kind of in a holistic manner and decide how is this water body impaired, whether it's for dissolved oxygen or phosphorus or chloride. And so it's from this data that we're able to then make changes, implement watershed management planning and things like that. So we serve, it's kind of a service-oriented network. I provide services to community water monitoring groups, which you may also have here referred to as volunteer monitoring groups or citizen scientists. It all kind of refers to the same thing. These are non-agency folks, just normal people, who go out and collect data. And they do that on a level that matches what the Department of Environmental Protection is doing. So we're ensuring that that data quality is very high. And so there's about 49 groups spread across the state of New Jersey who are participating in this network. And just so at a basic level, the Watershed Watch Network provides resources. I've provided some guidance documents to kind of standardize how the data is collected across the state. I do some volunteer training and accreditation. So go out on behalf of the state, kind of do some testing, watch volunteers as they're collecting the data to make sure that they're doing it in a way that matches, what our quality assurance project planning says as well. So on top of that, on this kind of bedrock of resources that the Watershed Watch Network provides, the groups then go out to collect water quality data, engage with their volunteers, and engage with other stakeholders. From that, we have this high quality data. What do we do with it? You can create report cards for different water bodies or watersheds. You can present your data, whether that's to a school group or to your local municipality. Or, of course, that data, when it's at the highest level, can then be submitted for regulatory inclusion in the integrated report. And then from there, from the integrated report, we identify streams that are impaired. So there's areas that we need to improve upon. From that, we can then write up watershed management plans, total maximum daily loads, try to basically put that stream on a diet and limit the amount of chloride or whatever that contaminant is getting into the water body. If we find a water body that's very high quality, then we would designate that as a Category 1, and then it would receive additional protections, like wider riparian buffers and that kind of thing. But I've heard so many different people today talk about how you don't want to get regulation involved. Like that's not the high priority especially for road salting, because so much of what we do is coming from private sources. Also what we can do with that data is just present it to a municipality and get direct pollutant reduction at the municipal level or with a private business. So one of our programs, the Watershed Watch Network, is called New Jersey Salt Watch. So this is based off of the Salt Watch program that was created by the Isaac Walton League of America. We adopted this, I adapted it in December 2020. And basically what that means is I was sitting at my dining room table. I don't know if you remember 2020. Some of us do, some of us don't. But, kind of just packaging up envelopes full of chloride test strips, mail them out to volunteers who've requested the strips through our website. And the volunteers then pick whatever stream or lake site they like. The only rules are that it has to be freshwater and non-tidal. And so they go out, we kind of encourage a mix of dry and wet conditions to collect this data so we can do a little bit of comparison between baseline and what the chloride levels look like right after a snow event or snow melt. And then they submit that data to the Clean Water Hub. So it used to be through our own individual ArcGIS Online data portal. This year, starting just next month, we'll be consolidating nationally. All of this Salt Watch data will be headed directly into the Clean Water Hub. And so this is just a nice way to be able to put all the data in one place and make it very easily accessible for anyone who wants to see it. So our activity since 2020, we started off with about 75 volunteers in that first year. The next year, the data points basically almost doubled from about 450 to about 875-ish data points in the 2021-2022 winter season. And then this past year, the number of volunteers has really risen. We're almost at 150 people active just this past winter, so kind of December 2022 to March, April 23. And we were able to amass over 1,000 data points across the state. And so because there was just such a high volume of data coming in, I'm still kind of sorting through actually the data from this past season. So I wanted to just quickly show a snapshot of the previous season. There was a lot more snow in 2022, at least in New Jersey. And so we can see those red dots there. Those are areas where the chloride concentrations were found to be toxic, so over the state standard of 230 milligrams per liter. What is great about this is that we're identifying areas, water bodies that are impaired, that are not currently listed on the integrated report, which is that kind of statewide assessment document. So we're identifying places that do need to be protected regulatorily. And then in comparison to the National Salt Watch program, our percentages are coming back about the same. About 20 to 25% of our samples for any given year are coming back as at that toxic level, more than 230 milligrams per liter. And I did know, just FYI, for the Salt Watch program, the National Salt Watch program, I kind of looked in this area and I didn't really see a whole lot of data points coming from New York in general, and especially in this area. So I'll include a link kind of at the end so you can figure out how to get involved yourself. But I'll just briefly go over this. I know the focus here is definitely science to solutions. We in New Jersey kind of call that data to action. We collected the data, we know that there's a problem, right? And so in New Jersey, we've been working with the public. We're kind of taking that data, what we've learned, and applying it to the municipal level now, and that's through this program called Sustainable Jersey. This is a voluntary certification program. It's points-based. You can be certified as a bronze municipality, silver, or gold, and it just depends on kind of different actions that you can take in climate change, in energy, resiliency planning, water quality for sure. But new this year, or probably starting early next year, is a new road salt action. This is brand new. We have not launched this just yet publicly, so this is a secret behind the scenes look. But this is, again, a points-based system. Municipalities can go through these steps to gain points. And what this kind of does is gamifies the act of road salt reduction. Municipalities in the Sustainable Jersey tend to get a little bit competitive with each other, so they can say, well, I have a gold star in water quality protection and you don't, and then it encourages the municipality next door to kind of get involved in that. But it's anything from participating in the Salt Watch program as I described, or doing workforce training, continuing education, doing an inventory. Everything that we're talking about here today is kind of included in this. And so this link at the bottom, or you could just kind of Google Salt Watch, Isaac Walton. Isaac Walton is I-Z-A-A-K, Walton. And you can sign up now to receive test strips at your home. They'll mail it to you, kind of the same thing that we do in New Jersey. And you can contribute data to that national map as well. So I highly encourage you all to do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aaron. Next, we have Kelly Tucker, who's been the executive director for the Sable River Association. I'm going to guess 12 years? 10 years. 10 years. Congratulations. Awesome. Thank you for joining. And Kelly.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Lake George Association. We had this event. What year did we do this in Lake Placid? It was 2018. Yeah, so it's been down here a while, and I'm glad I could come down and join you this year. We've had some of our other staff past years, and Carolyn Kessner is joining me today. So I don't have any fancy slides. I just thought I'd tell you a little story of sort of the Sable River Association and salt, right? And hopefully segue into some of the things that Sawyer's going to talk about. And it's fascinating to hear what's going on in New Jersey. I mean, immediately I'm sitting there thinking, gee, I wonder how many people live in 512 square miles in New Jersey. It's probably not the 20,000 people that live in the Sable watershed. So, right away you start thinking about, well, what do you need to do professionally? How can you use citizen science? Really some cool ideas that I'm sure we'll be talking about. So thank you for coming and joining us today. So the Sable River Association, as it exists today, was actually, we did a reboot in 2014, so we think of it as two different organizations, but it was founded in 1998. And for those of you who live here, that was the year of the ice storm, right? So for those of you who live here, one of the things that started thinking us about salt is you've probably driven from Keene to Lake Placid, if you've been up north at all, along that lovely the Cascade Lakes. Well, there used to be a tree-lined drive, birch trees, thick, and they all slowly died after the Olympics came. Salt. And then the story that they tell me, because I wasn't here then, so I'm telling you third-party information at this point with no scientific data points. What they tell me is that the ice storm came and that was it. So in DOT, they tried to plant there, and right away, I mean, DEC was thinking about salt. So there's been awareness of salt for quite some time for us at the Sable River Association and in the watershed and amongst the municipalities in that watershed. In the early 2000s, it was found that the town of Keene's groundwater supply in one tight area was contaminated from improperly stored, it's the way they did it then, stored salt in the town of Keene. So more salt. Then we found that Cascade Brook, which came out of the Cascade Lakes, and Cascade Lakes themselves, which are wonderful to paddle, and people ice climb along the sides of them, and there's an endangered species called the round whitefish in it, incredibly high levels of sodium and chloride, okay? So we're aware of it from the beginning. We decide to work with the town of Wilmington with the New York State Department of State to write a water quality management plan, a watershed management plan under the local watershed revitalization program. So Wilmington's writing the LWRP in DOS speak, and we're writing a watershed management plan, and that's my mic. And the science that we did for that identified the top 3 contaminants in the Sable system, which is a pretty treasured system, right? West Branch, big trout fishery, East Branch, known for its flooding and ice jams. Main stem leads to Lake Champlain. Lovely space, right? Lake Placid's there. Top 3 contaminants. The first one is sand. It starts making you think about the salt problem already, right? The second contaminant is salt, chloride, rock salt. The third, way down the list, is phosphorus. All of these have a naturally occurring level, right? I mean, the Adirondacks, in particular, the dome is a sandy dome on top of anorthosite. So it's not a surprise that these things are in the water, but the elevated levels are, of course, a concern. So the watershed management plan sort of alerted us to that. It alerted our towns to that. Right away, towns like the town of Wilmington, I mean, Randy Preston, the town of Wilmington, started, well, how can we reduce our salt? Because we're right here by the West Branch, and we value that, right? We have Whiteface Mountain. How do we think about this? How do we bring tourists here but keep our roads safe? So they started, tracking on their own ways of doing that, right? And we started sort of singing the song of salt reduction. But we didn't quite, we're a science-based organization, especially when I started in 2014, what we call the reboot. So right away we started, well, we should start looking at some of our lakes really more closely. We should understand the Cascade Lakes. We should understand Cascade Brook. So we actually started looking at Mirror Lake very closely, and that's when we found in 2015 surprising, incredibly high levels of concentrate of rock salt, sodium chloride. So much so that it, in 2016, stopped the lake from turning over. I don't know how much you know about freshwater lakes, but most of them need to breathe twice a year, and that means they turn over top to bottom. It cools the water, it shifts oxygen, it's what keeps fish and all the critters that live there happy. And when that salt concentrated, heavy, dense water gets at the bottom and there's not enough wind or wave action, it won't turn over. And you don't want that to happen in the fall and the spring. But it was happening consistently in the spring. So with the help of the Lake Champlain Basin Program, we did an intensive study on salt from 2019 to 2022, engaging our towns, but primarily the village of Lake Placid and the town of North Elba. So I'll just wrap up and give you just a few of the things that we found, because that's sort of where we'll jump off with Sawyer. So Lake Placid's got a surface area of 124 acres. It's not a big lake. Most of you have probably had eyes on it. You might have not known if you were looking at Lake Placid or Mirror Lake. It's actually Mirror Lake that's right there next to the village of Lake Placid, right? Watershed's 741 acres. So that's pretty small. So we had total stations, 24/7, 365 around the entire, every input, every output. We knew it was coming in and coming out, okay? We measured that for 3 years. We're watching the ice, we're looking at the fish, we're looking at the bugs, we're capturing water out of stormwater drains during rain events. That's something to hire somebody to do. Oh, by the way, in the rainstorm, you have to go out and stick a bottle underneath a stormwater vent. So what we found is that if average Adirondack, in the Adirondack lakes, if average chloride concentrations are 0.2 milligrams per liter, and if in 1974 we have one data point where Mirror Lake had average sodium concentrations, chloride concentrations of 2.9 milligrams per liter. In 2019, that number went to 23.7, and that's the average. The spikes were significant. If we measured the hypolimnion, that area of water all the way down, really high, 100, close to 200 micrograms per liter. So finally, the village of Lake Placid and the town of North Elba were on it, right? They were changing practices right away. I mean, we were trying to help them, but they were kind of ahead of us, and sometimes they were with us. It was a challenging but interesting engagement. Salt use and salt intrusion into the lake increased until 2018, 2019, and from this point on, it did start decreasing. So those decreases do make a difference. We were never able to really pinpoint which changes created which increases, but we did learn one thing. I think one important thing. We learned many things. So one of the things we did is we divided up where the salt was coming from. And once again, small system, we could do it. Harder to do in like the watershed of Lake George, easier to do in the watershed of Mirror Lake. We found that 15 to 16% of the annual de-icing salt load came from local roads. 33 to 35% from state roads. Not high, there's only one state road going through there, right? 3 to 4% from sidewalks specifically in the village. And then we had 42 to 49% that was harder to tack down, but we accounted and attributed that to commercial and private applications to sidewalks, driveways, and parking lots. So this is not the same location, right? Context is everything. This is an urbanized area, perhaps the most developed lake in the Adirondack Park, arguably, right? But it was important to understand the context. And so what we thought about increasingly is, yes, it's critical to work with our towns, yes, and our villages, and to talk to DOT, and to come to conferences like this. But people make decisions every day, and they're really important. And one last thing, I don't know if you know Lake Placid, but it's not like there are commercial operations out there that you look up in the phone book and say, who's going to clean the parking lot? It's like, oh yeah, my brother's uncle. He did that those 2 winters to make some extra money. So it's not easy, once again, to pinpoint and train people and bring them on board. So that love of the lake, that love of community was what we worked with. In the end, I think a lot of our gains can come from smart decision-making by our towns, because that's where the rubber hits the road. And it's one of the reasons that we're joining forces with 80K Action, because we really are enjoying watching that engagement with the towns and bringing information to the towns with people like Phil Sexton, with examples like those that we had in Mirror Lake, but also certainly that the Lake George Association pursued in Lake George. So with that, I'm going to turn it over.
Thank you, Kelly, and so nice to have you all for the afternoon session. My name's Sawyer, not going to touch that. My name's Sawyer Bailey. I'm the director of 80K Action, and it's a pleasure to share this conversation with you both. And ADK Action is an organization that really works to help people and nature thrive in the Adirondack Park. We have 7 different interactive and interconnected projects that range from helping folks get better access to reliable high-speed broadband, exploring creative solutions to help create affordable housing, ensuring that all our neighbors across the Adirondacks have enough to eat. So we're working on some really critical issues, but one of the issues we were founded on is road salt reduction and clean water, food, water, shelter. That's what we're working on, ecosystems that pollinate, soils that are rich and can support life. It has truly been a pleasure to step in with this organization last spring. We were in the middle of quite a big change, actually, in the way we approached our work with road salt. As we've been working on it for a decade, we've explored a lot of different strategies, convening interagency working groups, commissioning research to better understand the impact of salt on private wells, and actually starting the very beginning of what was a public outreach campaign. I'm going to show you what that looked like a long time ago. It got derailed by the pandemic, but this is a bumper sticker. It says, "Hold the salt." Not only did this get us confused sometimes for a liquor distributor, but it didn't really represent the balance that we know is now necessary around salt. It's not no salt. It's how do we keep people safe and keep our water clean. So what we're proud to talk about today is the new campaign, Clean Water, Safe Roads. And I hope you've seen our table because we have an awful lot of merchandise that we're just so excited to get out the door and to hopefully get on your plows and on your trucks and into the world. But I want to tell you a little bit about where this is coming from, because what we started about 2 years ago now was another part of our strategy, and it was trying to equip our most ambitious and passionate highway superintendents with the training and resources and support they needed to succeed. And I can't take credit for their work. Phil and Deb and all our teams, Mike Farrell and his crew, you all are superstars, and you would have done this any way you needed to, but I'm proud that we were able to support you however we could. And we're doing that with more towns, more villages, more counties every year. But Mike talked about the kind of kudos he got at the end of last season, postcards, cookies, coffee, and some really positive feedback. And we realized we want every community who is trying something new to have that level of support and that culture that really believes in what they're doing. So that's what built this new public outreach campaign that we're really launching today here at the SALT Summit. We're trying to build a level of service expectation that represents what this region is really, fit to be able to manage. And we want to make sure that people know that less salt is smarter, and it doesn't mean less safe. And there's lots of things that individual property owners can do to do their part. There's a lot that contractors who are maybe signing on for the next year could talk about with whoever is commissioning them, and that homeowners who are managing private roadways and private driveways can consider, what businesses can consider, and what new communities can consider if they're not already taking steps to make change. So there's a lot of ways that we're trying to get the word out about this. I'm just going to show you what a couple of them look like. Again, it's clean water, it's safe roads, and we are so lucky to be working with Kelly and with Carolyn and with the Ausable River Association, because we're not scientists, we're science communicators, and these guys are the ones that have a wealth of expertise to show and to help us determine if and how this is working. So it's an incredibly strategic partnership for us, and we're very lucky to be able to have them included on this. So across the region, at our rest stops, across our winter events, our winter carnivals, you're going to see a lot of information like this. We've got some great rack cards that talk about the different reasons why road salt is an issue, be it from the infrastructure side, from drinking water side, from recreation side. We've got a whole bunch of what we think are really fun stickers, and this is sort of a little test for us, so we hope you vote and say which one you're most interested in. We're going to be switching these up just so we can really try to build some excitement around this. You've seen a lot of campaigns that are very conservative, they're salt-wise, wise, salt's sustainable. It's all good, but we're just trying to bring in a new audience. We're not trying to twist anybody's arm who is vehemently against salt reduction. They're not who we're going to bring into this work, but we are trying to make sure that residents who are interested in clean water have the full breadth of information about why this matters, and to reach people who may have a different paradigm about why this is an important issue. We've got a website up that people will be directed to that talks about how you can have both clean water and safe roads, and we're excited to feature shops like Peru, like Washington County, like Harrietstown, who are doing great work, and build support for them. We've also got an individual pledge there that can be signed, and some template letters that can be sent to municipalities to help get them involved. We're also really thinking, how do we make it easy for folks to use the right amount of salt on their own property? So we've got these individual salt shakers that are kind of right-sized for an average driveway to help show people, more is not going to help you here. In fact, it's going to be a detriment. And then finally, we commissioned some really fun PSA videos, and I'm going to show you for the first time what a few of them are. These were all filmed by Mike Hansen, who's a wonderful director we've been able to work with, and it features a lot of our staff and our staff's children. So that's one of three I'm going to show you, and get ready because you're going to hear the music repeated again. Okay, and lastly, I think this is our most exciting one. Okay, so you get the picture. We want to take the message from this room where we're talking with like-minded folks who believe in this and build a region that is strong enough and informed enough to help carry out this work, and to take everything that was convened in the task force report and bring it to action, because we think we're at a new start line, and we're ready to go even farther with this. So thank you, Chris.
Oh, thank you.
Good job.
I would vote for the third one, I think, was
Thank
my favorite. I think that was it. But this is to be a panel discussion. I want to thank them all. It was great talks, and we want to field questions. Is there any online? Well, I'll start out. I guess the first, and great information which you're reaching out. I guess the first question I had would be, what are some of the obstacles that you've encountered that have prevented what you feel is an increased engagement? And I'll let anybody take the first shot at that.
Sure. So with our program, New Jersey Salt Watch, currently we use test strips. We're mailing them out, as I mentioned. It's pretty easy, pretty simple. That's not how this program started. It started with a few like YSI or Hawk handheld meters. We were trying to prioritize, I think, data quality over accessibility. And so that first year in the spring, early 2020, in the before times, I was driving meters around the state of New Jersey, calibrating them, teaching people how to calibrate them. I handing them off, they would text me, call me with questions of how to use this meter. Things would go wrong. So just in terms of engaging the public in data collection, I think we kind of realized that the data quality was an obstacle in and of itself. And so switching over to test strips, basically you take a cup, you fill it with water, you put the test strip in, and it does it for you. There's like a titration action in the test strip. They report that data. They just take a photo of the test strip. It's so much easier to get, and it still is very high quality data across the state. Each of those test strip lots are calibrated individually as well. So it's not like, it's a nonsense data. It really does mean something, and we're able to kind of turn that obstacle into a lesson learned, I suppose.
So is understanding the science, or just the level of
I think
technology with
it was maybe less the science and
Yeah.
more of a technology kind of issue. Yeah.
And one of the ways that works in the Adirondack Park and in New York is we have two systems for water quality that rely on citizen science. One's run by the state, CSLAP, and the other's run by Paul Smith's College Adirondack Watershed Institute, who is a partner in all of the work that we've been doing. And the results from that can be varying based on, but it has that citizen element to it. People are collecting water, they're moving it directly to the labs, and the labs are creating the data. And that kind of data, it would be interesting to know from the folks at CSLAP if they've considered joining that larger national network, but I certainly could be moved to that. Our work, because we're a small, dedicated science organization, is more focused on producing science that can be used for peer review publication and that we can take to DEC, which we have not traditionally been able to use volunteers for. So we've focused on that. But back to your question, I think one of the greatest resources for us has been the towns. I mean, the work that the Sable River Association does, one of the areas that we're known best for is our stream restoration. We are in channels repairing damaged streams, and we're known for that. But we work closely with our towns, and I think we were talking earlier, I was talking with Jerry Delaney. Each town has so many challenges. Some towns have equipment that is incredibly old. Some towns are not going to go out and buy live edge plows. Some want to buy into this. Some can't imagine how they get involved in it. And getting funding to those towns, working collaboratively so that those towns can get funds and learn from other towns, those are the kinds of things I think that we're beginning to start working with. It's sort of started here. Started with Sawyer's work, started with the towns, going to other towns and talking to the guys at the DPWs and the highway departments. So at some level, that's our weakness and our strength. It'd be interesting to see what happens next.
Quick follow-up on this. To that, Kelly, because we're in the same thing, science, that's what we focus on. And working with the highway departments, we obviously, we were scientists and environmentalists, but it took a lot of donuts really to get to them. But we wound up connecting on the fishing and hunting levels, and that they actually saw the tree burn along the side of the roads. Did that connect with them at all, or the highway departments, or?
Well, I guess it's not fair because we connected with them by waking up at 5:30 in the morning and digging a hole in the ground at a road and putting a climate-ready culvert in. So showing up and doing the work and working the excavator and helping them with the day-to-day and making sure they had the tools they needed. And even with North Elba and Village of Lake Placid, when we did the fancy 3-year study with the LCBP money, the first thing we did is we bought live edge plows for both the facilities. So with those grant funds. And so every town's going to be different, right? Yep. And some guys don't like donuts, and some guys, they love donuts, right?
Okay, any other questions? Or, sorry, Deb, I get a little blinded here.
I'm a private homeowner, and my well participated in the Paul Smith's survey on wells, and there was some salt in there. I was astounded by some of the other results of the high salt content. And we have a filter on our water, but I was told that it doesn't take out salt. So I have a couple of questions. One, what do you recommend to homeowners for their well water that has some salt in it? And also, I've been trying now for a while to get brine applied to our association main drive and have not been able to find contractors who are willing to do it. So the road crews are great, they've got the knowledge, they've got the funding, but what about the little guys that are plowing the little guys' driveways? And if you would look at all the roads and all the driveways, there might be an equal amount of driveways to roadways. So what do we do as a private community to address those issues?
I can talk to the well thing a little. I can talk a little to the well thing, unfortunately not in the kind of level of answer that you need. I know that most of that groundwater well work was done by AWI, Paul Smith College. I don't know what the outcome of that has been in terms of when that data was taken to DEC, and I know that there were lawsuits and those things may be ongoing. But I do know that the Essex County Water Quality Coordinating Committee and the Clinton County Water Quality Coordinating Committee and the health departments of those two counties are well aware of, and especially I've worked more with Clinton County around Plattsburgh. They might have some very specific suggestions for you in terms of filtering or options to digging a new freaking well, which may have the same source of salt in it, right? And that's an area of expertise that just immediately goes beyond what we can handle as an incredibly tiny organization. But so a partial response, but I would urge you to contact the heads of the health departments at whichever county you're in. But I wouldn't hesitate to contact both counties because they're in touch, they communicate, they share the Sable River, so.
And I might add, if that's okay, this was one of the strong points, I think, of the task force reports. You know, there were many strong contributions it made, but it illuminated a clearer path that's necessary for recourse for contamination, because as someone mentioned earlier today, it's very opaque to know what to do from here and then what solutions are available in order to stop polluting further as a private homeowner is difficult. But I think there's a lot of opportunity based on some of the recommendations made there around recourse. But that, you know, we have a long way to go on that. I was also pretty amazed by the LGA development around making a private brine opportunity available with the check that you shared this morning, Chris. I mean, what an opportunity for contractors around Lake George to be able to tap into that, to be able to utilize brine. It would be fantastic to have something like that up in our neck of the woods.
Regarding the Adirondack Watershed Institute, I went with in the meetings to present that to DEC, and that was some of the information that DEC brought to DOT to lead to some of the pilot studies. So that well information in mine was tested as well. I live on 9N State Road, although the town of Hague actually maintains that. That's where that went. Regarding chloride removal, reverse osmosis, you heard, which is very expensive. That's what you heard from Jamie this morning. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, that's a situation. Sawyer's right. In the task force report, there is the recommendations to develop a rapid response task force to people's wells that have been contaminated. Regarding the brining, we did try to reach out. We did try to work with some private contractors. It wound up becoming kind of an economic issue for them, whether they invest in brining applicators and there's not the people that really want them. It's great that you do, Debbie, and maybe some others, but are there a lot of others that would make it economically beneficial? So we wanted to provide grant funding then. It didn't work. However, we went this route, and hopefully through the grant with the town of Lake George, and we will be able to bring in those applicators and have more success. So that's what we're hoping. Was there a question in the back, or?
So we've got more of a sciencey question. What would you consider to be an acceptable concentration of chloride in streams or lakes that is protective of aquatic biota, specifically for the Adirondack region?
Let's look for a scientist.
So there's, there's a state standard, at least in New Jersey, I assume it's similar in New York, of 230 milligrams per liter. However, that's kind of a high standard. There's more research coming out recently that suggests that standard should be closer to 50 milligrams per liter to be protective of biota. And so there's some link. It's not just that it's completely toxic and that animals will die when they're exposed to 51 milligrams per liter, but there's research that suggests that wood frog sex ratios will vary depending on chloride concentration. More males are born than females. Fish will be born smaller, and just a lot of kind of lingering impacts that are systemic rather than deadly. So I would say 50 based on.
And in Canada, the levels are lower. I believe they're at 120, which are still considered high. But yeah, I think we would all like to see the numbers down at that level. But that would still be high for some of our lakes. And we have these wilderness lakes that we can go test, and it's significantly lower. But we have to be realistic about developed areas and areas along roadways where we have to continue to balance safety. But
in the task force, there was discussions of, because you're absolutely right with the lower background levels, Adirondack waters around 0.2 to 0.5. Right. The task force had two numbers looking at 10 milligrams per liter, but understanding that there may be areas that have higher, with a higher level of 40 milligrams per liter. So that was the numbers that were floated for consideration as part of the task force.
And I think one of the interesting questions, if we continue the work on Mirror Lake, to ask is so a lake that's gone as high as Mirror Lake, how low can it go? What is realistic? And the problem is we won't know that answer for 10 years or 20 years. We're seeing, it's stepping downward, but still we had a very confusing non-turnover this year. We're still sort of staring at our navels as scientists going, did it turn over or didn't it? And the weather was weird too. And last year we didn't get turnover. So even as we're seeing those numbers clock down, and if you go to our website, you can see all the data, we still have questions. And it's not just the toxicity, it's the indirect effects of oxygen depletion. And there's so many things that stack onto that. So it's a complex question, a good one.
Anyone else, Bria? I'm going to touch on one, which is something that I always am intrigued about and one I need to learn more about. It's a topic of the road salt and the impacts, and is it too scientific? We touched on that a little bit, and for audiences to understand, and I've heard the great terminology today, I think science communicators. So what are some of the best ways to take this detailed scientific information and make it understandable? Graphics? Is it PSAs? People dumping water in there. So what are your thoughts on that? And I know you've got working with somebody now, Carolyn, right?
Right.
With that. So throwing that out, how do we communicate these scientific ideas?
Well, maybe I can start by saying I think all of us who live in the Adirondacks know somebody who's been personally affected by road salt. So for us, it's not just a scientific issue, but it's a practical concern of daily life and of making sure that this place can continue to really be a real community. I don't know how you live in your home without clean water. I know it's a struggle for absolutely everyone who's had their wells impacted, but we also know that we want our kids to be able to get to school safe, and that people who need to get up early to go to work should be able to do that. So it's a complex problem, and I think Adirondackers are intimately familiar with its particularities. But I think that lends itself to some really unique ways to talk about how we can overcome this challenge. I think Eric this morning said this is the acid rain of our time. That's one way. It's like that's a solvable environmental challenge. But it's also just how are we going to be more efficient with how we manage our resources, manage our roads, manage our water. We all want to be able to fish, to swim, to drink, this, to live here. And I think the more we can ground it in that, the better. We're doing that in a lot of ways that are trying to get people excited about new solutions, being proud to be in this region, to live here, to visit here, to be an Adirondacker, proud that we are doing something innovative. And I think that's one way to make this real. And if you can equip that pride with some real science facts that people can hold on to, I mean, even in those PSAs, you saw we had a statistic or two, and that even that is hard to wrap your head around, but we're trying, and we're listening to everybody's feedback, and we're going to keep trying. And I think that's really the only way.
Somebody said earlier, prior to lunch, we all know this is a problem. And we don't, right? Not everyone knows it's a problem worth bending our municipalities and our policies and our town road crews around. I think there's still a little suspended belief. When the Osceola River Association started restoring streams, we got a lot of, oh, you're more worried about fish than people, because it's hard for people to see, that we're protecting the water, but the water is significant. It's essential to them. But I think that's one of the reasons that I like what's happening at ADK Action. I mean, we don't know the answer. Is it a PSA? Is it a coaster? Is it a magnet? Is it more conversations like this? But we just have to try, and we have to do it in a way that taps into science, right, or engages people, so that we keep that, so we're not making wild claims, but we just have to continue to find ways to talk about it that doesn't annoy or overwhelm or so.
We don't want that.
Because I think we can all get behind the fact that we need this. I mean, this was one area loud and clear called out in the task force report. We need more people to know about this issue. But that didn't surprise Kelly and I imagine it wouldn't have surprised you either, Aaron, because we all knew that more has to be done to spread the word.
So with the, I'll just add to that. So I think at the basic level, I do not think it's too complicated for people to understand. We understand that the ocean is salty. We understand that fresh water is supposed to be fresh. So at like the most basic level, people can kind of understand like salt should not go in fresh water, right? Especially like we've heard so much today, we don't focus on this part in New Jersey, but the drinking water aspect. Like how can you possibly ignore that when our wells and all source water is just getting saltier and saltier and saltier? It's going to get to a point that where we just will not be able to ignore it anymore. With the Salt Watch program, the individuals who are getting involved in collecting this data, it's kind of turned into a little bit of a mini advocacy campaign ran by individuals. So, some grandmother will go to the stream in her backyard and take a sample and find that her own little baby stream is contaminated with salt. And so just kind of learning that kind of connects her to this issue directly. And what some of our groups in New Jersey are doing, I'll shout out Musconetcong Watershed Association, Clean Ocean Action, and the Food Shed Alliance. They have started kind of letter writing campaigns to their municipal representatives. So they've created like form letters for the people participating in Salt Watch to add their name, add their data to that, and send it to their own representatives, hopefully to just kind of start this conversation locally and initiate some action on their behalf.
So public engaging themselves, really,
Yeah.
getting them to join.
Yeah. And I'll follow up by a couple things. I mean, I think we are very lucky to have many of our road crews so engaged. on this issue. I mean, maybe not like, I'm going to brine just like you said we're going to brine, but yeah, we're going to figure this out, you know. And then the second thing, one of the things we say to get people to stand still for 20 seconds, one of the things we've said more frequently at the Sable River Association, it's kind of now in our top mantra, is surface and fresh water make up less than 1% of all water on Earth. Less than 1%. That's what you rely on. That's what the food you eat relies on. You know, you think about the size of the Earth, and it's less than 1% of the water. And it's like fresh water is becoming an endangered species. And that's maybe the wrong thing to say, but because I don't want that in my backyard, but you do. So I think the fact that we live in the Adirondack Park, a place that was saved for its water, I think we have an exciting opportunity to set a model, to learn from other places, and then to create a model that works in rural communities in particular.
No. Well, I'll throw out one last question, and we'll let you close up. Aaron, you had mentioned, and this will be more leaning a bit towards the regulatory side. So you had referenced TMDL studies and successes, or that they're identifying watersheds or impaired waters under the 303D list. So my experience is there's been in New York State, there's been a little bit hesitation to go towards a TMDL study direction. New Jersey, is that an idea of yours, or is that something that you've moved towards?
Well, the thought right now, we're moving towards that.
Okay.
Right now. There is not currently a TMDL for road salt, but the idea is being considered a statewide TMDL for road salt. I think really what we're kind of highlighting right now is that the integrated report is not an accurate reflection of the actual chloride impairments that are going on. And that has a lot to do with, I think, the critical period that we're doing that monitoring. So if we're collecting that data in the summertime, well, it depends if there's a drought. 2 years ago, our summertime levels were actually way higher than our wintertime levels. But it really depends when you're going out to collect that data. So if that data is being collected at a period where there's either a lot of water in the system or there's not a lot of salt being introduced into the system, then you're going to get a false kind of depressed chloride reading that's not going to be reflected in regulatory documents. So I think also the thing to consider there is, once we find that impairment, how long does it take to write a TMDL? I would estimate 8-10 years, from today to actually getting something passed, probably even longer, once it gets down to it. So we keep talking about this as an issue that needs to be solved like yesterday. A TMDL being produced 10 years from now is just not going to cut it. So we do need to kind of sneak in under the regulatory.
And I apologize, TMDL, total maximum daily loading. So that's my error. Sorry. So any last questions by anybody, or we'll let you guys, if you had any last words of wisdom for us. But I really appreciate you all and coming up and sharing your experiences with us. And maybe if you have a success, if you got a success, you can leave us with a success story. So.
Do you want to start us
Well, I think a big highlight of this program is something that I mentioned kind of briefly in my presentation earlier. It's like we all keep saying, like, we know there's a problem. The water is getting saltier. So part of me is like, do we really need to be collecting more data? Well, yes, because we need that to take that regulatory route kind of as a parallel route to everything else that we need to be doing. But one of those things that we're doing in New Jersey, I mentioned, is through the Sustainable Jersey program. It's that voluntary certification program. And so this road salt action that's being introduced into Sustainable Jersey was kind of built off of the SaltWatch data that's been coming in and that's our way of taking that and trying to actually apply it to municipalities to try to encourage change. Just everything that I've heard today, I've just been sitting back there taking notes. They're making fun of me because I'm, jotting stuff down. And it's because Lake George really is kind of the epicenter for road salt reductions. And so we have so much to learn from you all in terms of what our municipalities doing, what our departments of transportations are doing. And so I just want to say thank you for doing this and for inviting me here so we can, as you were saying, cross-pollinate our ideas. And I hope that we'll have even more successes in the future as we take kind of what you all have done here and apply it in New Jersey. And hopefully we'll start to see municipalities start inventorying and calibrating that.
Yeah, for me, all these successes are these little steps. I mean, Lake George continuing, Lake George Association continuing this conversation, the road crews continuing their good work, talking to each other, traveling to each other, awesome, right? The town supervisor that contacted me this morning paired up with the Cloud Splitter grant writer, ready to figure out how to start moving forward, and they need a little money to do it. All those little steps are important. Sawyer and ADK Action, working hard to find a way to get the message out further. All those little steps are critical, and a lot of the people in this room have helped make them. And we can include, good reporting and all of that to keep the issue in front of people. So I don't need bigger. I don't think you get bigger successes than just that ongoing momentum that we're lucky to have.
We have some real conditions for even more success, I think, much due to the good work of the people in this room. So I think I'll echo everything you shared, Kelly, and say I think we're going to have even more successes to talk about next year.
Awesome. Well, thank you all. Let's give them a hand. Aaron, Sawyer, Kelly. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And with that, thank you. So we've managed to keep you here the whole day, and I think you all deserve a round of applause because I was going to threaten to take attendance, I think, during the day, just to see who stayed here. But thank you all, and thank you again to the sponsors for putting this on. It really is a great event, and thank you for your participation. So I'm going to throw in some conference takeaways. These are things that I picked up throughout the day. Savings. There are savings to be had through this. We saw the numbers. Washington County, 300,000. 80,000 was conservative for the town of Peru. I was in a meeting with Kevin Hajos from Warren County a week ago. He was talking about $250,000. So there's real savings with this. I saw a fear of failure, not to have that fear of failure. We've talked about a couple of years ago with Phil Sexton and Rakib Omir, that leap of faith. So the fear of failure, we all have that. But listen to others, as Kelly was just saying, highway departments talking to highway departments. Learn from your peers. Trust their experience and take those baby steps and develop that confidence in there. The agencies are prioritizing the task force report and the recommendations. So we want to stay with them, work as stakeholders, let them know we want to work together and share our experiences. Again, I want to thank Rob for his being up here and being here again. I think he's pretty much he's probably spoken at about every SALT conference that we've had, SALT Summit. So opportunities to learn, such as these, we are fortunate to hold this and we'll keep having this. So where we have these opportunities to learn, not just at this, but at those town board meetings, at the other events that get held, the Cornell road group that they have their training session. So maybe you can have that communication and education. I really think we need to work with the public, and that was one thing I remember talking on the task force about. You know, we need to lower expectations. You know, there's a lot of telecommuting now. Do people have to go out? Not alone for that $8 cup of coffee from Starbucks, whatever. I always order the Venti Grande, and it really ticks my daughter off when I say that. Dad, you can't do that. And we do not have the time. You know, now, you know, we don't have time for 8-year studies. You know, people are losing their drinking water, and now's the time that we got to do that. So the other takeaway I had is that, boy, it sure was nice outside today. You know, we were all stuck in here. A couple things Kelly said that I wrote down. People make decisions every day. So, you know, think about that as your homeowner. If you're an operator, you know, think about those decisions you make. So with that, I want to thank everybody. Free to go, free to cross-pollinate and share ideas, and hopefully see you next year. Thank you.